apply to control inflation. Might apply to control inflation. So I explained 4 monetary policies that the central bank of a country might apply to control inflation. Number 1 is to understand what you call monetary policy. Whenever we talk about monetary policy, we basically call it, these are instruments that are basically used by the government through the central bank to regulate the supply of money. Either the supply of money is high or low. How do you use these instruments to basically control inflation? The first one we talk about is what you call the bank rate. Bank rate, where the first one you call it the bank rate stroke what you call the interest rate. The bank rate stroke what you call the interest rate. So when you talk about the bank rate stroke the interest rate, we know that when the supply of money is high, the interest rate is usually raised to reduce the money supply altogether, or to reduce inflation, and vice versa. So we say that during inflation stroke high supply of money, supply of money, interest rates are raised. Hence this will control inflation. Hence this will control inflation. Stroke reduces the supply, high supply of money. So the second one, we can talk about what you call open market operation. Open market operation. So when you talk about open market operation, this is buying, what you call buying and selling of the government security. Buying and selling of the government security. And particularly when you talk about the buying and selling of the government security, we're talking about T-bonds and treasury bills and bonds. So we basically know that when there's a high supply of money, that is when there's inflation, the government will basically sell security to the public to reduce the flow of money. So we say that during inflation, the government, we say that the government will sell securities to the public in order to reduce inflation stroke high circulation of money. High circulation of money. So we have number 3, what we call compulsory deposit. Stroke reserve requirement. What we call reserve requirement. Compulsory deposit stroke what we call the reserve requirement. Whenever we talk about the reserve requirement stroke the compulsory deposit, we basically mean that all the commercial banks must hold a reserve with the central bank of any country. And we're basically saying that when there is inflation or when there is high circulation of money in the economy, what the banks or the government in relation to the central bank basically do is that they increase the compulsory ratio or the reserve requirement to make sure that most of the money are with the CBK. So we need to say that during inflation, the government through the CBK or the central bank of any country will increase the reserve stroke what you call the compulsory ratio, compulsory deposit, not ratio, but compulsory deposit, to ensure there is no high circulation. There's no high circulation of money to the public. There's no high circulation of money to the public. There's basically no high circulation of money to the public. And there's no high circulation of money to the public. There's no high circulation. And lastly, we can talk about selective, what you call selective credit control. Selective credit control. One of the reasons why we have inflation being high is that when there's a lot of money in circulation, when there's credit available to all sectors of the economy, then you know that that can lead to inflation, because there will be money all over. There will definitely be money all over, and that leads to what you call inflation. But basically, during inflation, the government through the CBK will do what you call selective credit control, where credit will only be given to a selective sector of an economy, to a selective sector of economy. And that will be basically a productive sector. We can talk about productive only to a productive sector. We can talk about a productive sector. So when that happens, when you have the credit being selectively given only to a productive sector, this reduces, we'll say that this controls the inflation. This controls the inflation, stroke circulation, stroke high circulation of money, high circulation of money to the public. That basically controls high circulation of money to the public. And lastly, as an additional, as a bonus one, just to understand this deeper, we can talk about what you call the cash ratio. I just explained it, cash ratio. So we know that particularly when there is high circulation, of money in the economy, what basically the CBK, the government through the CBK does is that they increase the cash ratio. That will reduce circulation of money. And hence, by doing that, they reduce inflation. But again, also of essence, of importance is to understand that questions will not only be touching on this. We can have questions that will basically touch on even fiscal policy. So it's important to understand what a fiscal policy is altogether. Apart from the monetary, it is also very important to understand what we basically mean by a fiscal policy. That is how we particularly handle that question. We'll pick it on the last question. That is last question, April 2024, economics, the last question, that is 7 Roman D. Outline 3 measures that developing countries might use to promote agricultural production. Outline, that is D. Outline what we call 3 measures that developing what we call developing countries might use to promote agricultural production, promote agricultural production. So when you talk about this particular question, again, it's also more of a general question. When you talk about factors that foster or promote or encourage agricultural production, we know that the basis, one of the major backbone of an economy in this developing country is agriculture. Still, majority lies on agriculture, not much of the industrialization. So again, I say that this is a very much open question. When you ask such a question, we can say one of it is reduce taxes on agricultural, reduces the taxes on agricultural input. So you make agricultural input, and this encourages production. Then you say adopting an irrigation scheme, adopting irrigation schemes to overcome adverse weather condition like drought, adverse weather, to basically overcome adverse weather conditions, adoption of irrigation scheme to overcome what you call adverse weather conditions. And you can talk about developing infrastructure, what you call developing infrastructures in the developing countries, developing countries. I explained particularly this. Why is infrastructure very important? Some of the challenges and why we have not spurred agricultural production in developing countries because of infrastructure. You find the roads, particularly the roads from the industry to the markets, are not very poor. So with that, there are delays in terms of exportation and that. So when you develop infrastructure, that in turn promotes what you call agricultural production. But I say that this is more of a general question. We can talk about a number of things. We talk about investing in research so that you can come up with better quality of products, investing in research. Again, we can also give loans to entrepreneurs, loans to entrepreneurs for those that actually wants to engage in farming massively. The government can offer loans to such. But again, also research is also very important into coming up with better qualities of products in order to invest in. That is how we particularly touch on that very question. That is question 7D, and that marks the end of that paper. Goodbye. We see one another in the next session.
Welcome once again to the lesson. We are going to proceed with the topic on mergers and acquisitions. Today our focus is on post-merger and acquisition, that is financial evaluation. Post-merger means after the companies have merged. In our last session, we were calculating the value of a company, the value of a target, the company that is to be acquired. Before the acquiring company purchases a company, it may be necessary to determine the value of the target. The target company is the one that is being acquired. So that's what we did in our last session. So here we want to do what we call financial evaluation. What is the value of for example, the earnings per share after the merger or acquisition? That's why we are calling it post-merger acquisition. Financial evaluation, post-merger stock acquisition. So financial evaluation, or let me say post-merger acquisition financial evaluation. Post-merger stock acquisition financial evaluation is a critical process to assess the success of a merger or acquisition. Evaluation is necessary, candidates, so that the company that is acquiring another, or where companies are merging, to determine whether that strategy, determine whether that decision was a success or not. This evaluation is a process that helps to assess the success of a merger or an acquisition. And it involves analyzing various financial metrics to determine whether the deal was good or not, to determine whether the deal has created value for the combined company. This evaluation is important to determine whether the deal was good for the shareholders. And there are two key financial metrics which the syllabus has highlighted. Just two candidates, two key financial metrics that we use to evaluate companies after acquisition or merger. The first one is earnings per share. Earnings per share, EPS, post-merger. EPS. Now, the EPS measures the profitability of a company per share. The profitability of a company per share. And a post-merger increase in EPS, a post-merger increase in EPS, a post-merger increase in EPS generally indicates a successful deal. If there is an increase in EPS, increase means you are comparing the EPS before the merger and EPS after the merger. If the EPS of the merger is higher than the EPS before the merger, then we say that that was a successful deal, because at the end of the day, that's what people are looking for. Shareholders are looking for increase in earnings per share. So that's one financial metrics that we use in financial evaluation of mergers and acquisitions. The second obvious financial metric is a market price per share. Market price per share, the MPS. MPS, market price per share. The market price per share. The price of the share is fetching in the market after the merger. The market's valuation of the combined company's shares is what we are referring to as the market price per share, combined. So an increase in MPS suggests that the market views the merger or acquisition positively. Because how is this price determined? How do we determine the MPS? The MPS is a market price. How are prices determined in the market? The prices are determined in the market based on the forces of demand and supply. So if there is an increase in the price, that means that there are many individuals or institutions that would want to buy the share. The demand is high. If the demand is high, then ultimately that leads to a higher MPS, and that is a signal that the merger or acquisition was a success. You understand? So the syllabus is limiting us just to these two. These are not the only financial metrics. There are more financial metrics. Maybe some of you will have interest in investments and financial analysis course. We will have an opportunity of studying other financial metrics. But in CPA we are just doing basics. These are basics. All right, these are just basics. The word advanced does not mean complicated, just continuation. There are times when students they kind of misinterpret this word. This word advanced is derived from the word advance, to continue. You are continuing. Does not mean complicated. That's why you see we are just studying earnings per share. The formula is what we learned in intermediate level. The market price per share. These are things we covered. And as we are getting to the illustrative examples, you'll discover that there's nothing complex. It's just what we've been doing. There's nothing new under the sun. So let's look at the illustration. Let's illustrate. The illustration, that illustration is just as simple as it may look. That is a past paper question. That's the question. APCO Limited is considering to acquire Alpha Limited. The following are the financial data for the two companies. We have the data for net sales, profit after tax, number of outstanding ordinary shares, the EPS, the DPS, and market capitalization. So firstly, we are to determine the pre-merger market value per share for both companies. Illustration. Pre-merger MPS. Pre-merger MPS. Pre-merger MPS. We have APCO. APCO is the target. What is the MPS for APCO? What is the formula for MPS? Formula for MPS. Market value per share. We just take the total market capitalization divided by the number of outstanding ordinary shares. It's total market capitalization divide number of outstanding shares. Direct there from the question. APCO 420,000 market capitalization, number of shares outstanding 7,500. For the other company's name is Alpha. The market capitalization is 45,000 shillings. Number of shares 1,500. Give me the values. 56. MPS 56 shillings. Alpha 30 shillings. Janice says 30 shillings. Roman 2. We are to calculate post-merger EPS, MPS, and PE. Post-merger EPS. Post-merger EPS. Post-merger EPS. What is the formula? The formula will be the combined earnings. What is the word used in the question? Combined after tax profit. After tax profit. We divide with the combined number of shares. Post-merger we combine. So combined after tax profit 18,130 plus 3750.
Hello,
3750. That is the combined after tax profit. We divide with the combined number of shares. Combined number of shares just 7,500 This 7,500. So far we need a working. You need to have a working for this number of shares. Hello, and you recall, candidates, that APCO Limited is considering to acquire Alpha Limited. Post-merger, we do not have shares for Alpha. Post-merger, the shares of the target do not exist. The shares of the target do not exist. Revenue, when the revenue. We need to know the shareholders of this target Alpha will be provided how many shares of the acquirer. And it's not possible to know these 1,500 shares. These are outstanding ordinary shares of the target. 1,500 shares. What is the conversion ratio? The conversion ratio is not provided in the question. Where conversion ratio is not provided, then we are going to use the maximum exchange ratio. We are going to use the maximum exchange ratio. Maximum exchange ratio. Maximum exchange ratio. Gaming revenue. And we are going to use the price payable. Okay. We are going to use this price payable. But first of all, what is the maximum exchange ratio? Now, maximum exchange ratio, candidates, is the maximum. It is the highest. Let me use the word highest instead of using maximum again. Maximum exchange ratio is the highest number of shares of the acquiring company. The highest number of shares of the acquiring company that it is willing to offer for each share of the target. For each share of the target. For each share of the target. Levy. For each share of the target. Railway development levy. The highest number of shares that gaming taxes the acquiring firm is willing to pay to the target, which has undergone significant changes in recent years. Do you understand? Is that clear? Maximum exchange ratio is the highest number of shares of the acquiring company that it is willing to offer for each share of the target company. All right. So we have betting, lotteries, the price payable, the over MPS of the acquiring firm. So the price payable for this 1,500 shares is 30 shillings. That is the price payable. The market price is 30 shillings. 30%, the price payable. That share is fetching 30 shillings in the market. It would be the betting. Then we divide by the MPS, the market price of the acquiring firm. We get the maximum exchange ratio. And we have it here, 56 shillings. So please take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. Use your eyes. Take a screenshot. Maximum exchange ratio is equal to the MPS of the target divided by the MPS of the predator. The predator is the acquiring firm. Tax, give me the ratio. 0. Lottery tax, 0.5. Or gaming tax, the rate is 15%. 0.54. Tax, 0.54. That is the maximum exchange ratio. Maximum exchange ratio is 0.54. What does that mean? As the highest number of shares of the acquiring firm that is willing to offer for each share of the target. So for each share of the target, revenue, and so on. For each share of the target, one share of the target, the predator is willing to offer 0.54 shares. Therefore, these 1,500 shares of the target, for each share of the target, let me write it. Each share of the target, each share of the target, the predator is willing to pay 0 or to give. It's not paying but giving, but it's also paying because it's acquiring and buying. That exchange, the exchange ratio is 0.54. Therefore, 1,500 shares of the target will be equal to 1,500 over 1, this one, times 0.54. The responsible party. How much is it? Now, the responsible party, 810. Yes. This is 810 shares. These are additional shares after the merger. But we have the original or gaming businesses. These are shares offered or authorized lottery promoters. But we have the original shareholders holding how many shares? This is it 7,500? This one. Then we add these new shares, the shareholders who are coming in, 810. So that's how you calculate the combined number of shares. The original shareholders of the target of the is acquiring company plus these new shareholders who just come in from Alpha. Debt. So that then will give us the post-merger EPS. How much is it? 2.63. That is the after merger EPS. 2.63 shillings. Earnings per share after merger. So you have to calculate the pre-merger market price. Number 2, the post-merger. Is this tax due? Number 3, we are to do the MPS, post-merger MPS. Post-merger MPS. The formula does not change. It's total market capitalization over number of shares. Total market capitalization over combined number of the shares. Month of collect total market capitalization. So what is the total market capitalization? This was for one company. So it is 420 plus the 45. shillings. Combined shares post-merger 7,500 plus 810. Post-merger MPS. How much is it? 55.96. 59.56. That is the post-merger MPS. You can see for APCO, pre-merger MPS is 56, post-merger 59. That tells you that the merger would be a success because the MPS has gone up. We say that an increase in MPS suggests that the market views the merger or acquisition positively. So if investors heard that these two companies are merging, so if it increases, then that tells you that they view it positive. But if it reduces, then it means that the investors have a different sentiment, negative sentiment. Post-merger MPS. Then number 4. Before number 4, what is we are also to do the PE ratio. PE ratio. We know the formula is just MPS, and it is post PE ratio over EPS. And we have the MPS, post-merger MPS, 59.56. The EPS, do you have it? Post-merger EPS, 2.63. So what is the ratio? Ratio 21.27 times price earning. It is earning 21.27 times. The other part of the question reads, compare APCO Limited's EPS assuming Alpha Limited shareholders are offered 100,000 shillings 5% convertible debenture for each share held in Alpha Limited. How do you go about it? The formula does not change. Earnings per share is equal to the combined profit we divide by the number of shares. So EPS, the formula does not change. So every time you are asked to compute EPS or anything else, you put down the formula. You put down the formula. What is the formula for the EPS? It is just the profit after merger, the earnings after merger. We divide by the number of shares after merger. But here the exchange, this is a share debenture exchange. The target shareholders are not given shares, but they are paid in form of debentures, and we are given the amount here, 5,000. Is it 5,000? 100,000 shillings, 5% convertible debentures. Convertible debentures means candidates at some point these debentures will be converted into shares. So then there are two variables we need here. Inputs, profit after tax. Then we'll have the answer there. So we need a working. So candidates, I urge you to adapt my approach. Anytime you have a question, just put down the formula. You may just get a mark for that formula. Then you may get this number of shares wrong. You get this one right. You may get a half a mark for that. So please pay attention. Pay attention. It's not always that questions will be direct. You never know you're sitting. It may not come direct. You may have to work out some of the inputs. The number of shares. The number of shares will be 7,500. I want you to take note of that. Number of shares after the merger will not increase because the target shareholders are not given new shares like it was the case here. You see the exchange ratio is that. Now they are not given shares. So the shareholders or the number of shares after the merger are just the shareholders of the acquirer, 7,500. Is that clear? The denominator does not change. How about the profit after tax? The profit after tax has to change. The post profit after tax has to change because of the interest factor. Do you see 100%, 5% debentures? That 5% is the coupon rate. The interest on debenture is 5%. Do you see that? So what will be the combined profit after merger? You have to adjust the combined profit after merger to take into account the interest. What is the combined profit post merger? What is the combined profit after merger? Do we have it from the question? 18,130 plus 3750. How much is it? 880. Then after the merger, there is that interest on debentures of 5% of the 100,000. That one has to be deducted, and we have to take into account the tax. Interest after tax will be 5% times 100,000 times 1 minus t, which is 0.7 after tax, times 1 minus t. How much is it? That's what we need here. 3,500. Deduct it from the combined profit post merger. That is it. 18,380. Divide by the number of shares. What is the amount? What is the EPS? Assuming that the shareholders were paid debentures, were given debentures, convertible debentures. What is the new EPS? 2.43. 2.43. EPS 2.43 shillings. comparison. So how do you compare? Share-to-share exchange, the post-merger EPS is 2.63. Post-merger share-to-share exchange, this was the EPS. Post-merger EPS, we calculated it here. Post-merger EPS, share-to-share exchange, EPS post-merger 2.63. Share debenture exchange, post-merger EPS 2.45. So you see the comparison. Share to debenture exchange affects the earnings per share. The earnings per share are reduced, and we know the reason. The reason is because of the interest factor. Interest on debentures. So post-merger EPS, share-to-share exchange, EPS is higher than post-merger share debenture exchange, EPS is lower. Any question? Now, for those of you who are preparing for exams, the topic on mergers and acquisitions is one topic that can help you score marks easily. So please reinforce what we've learned today by doing the numerous questions that are available to you. We may not have time to do any other question on mergers, pre-merger EPS, post-merger EPS. The questions can vary by in many ways.
In this video, we are going to see how the if statement, that is if and statement and if or statement, are used for analyzing data, or how the advanced formulas for if statement, let's say if and statement, and also if or statement are used for data analysis in Microsoft Excel. Hello and welcome. My name is Nicholas Sikali. So with me here, I have a student's grade sheet that is prepared so that we can be able to use it in applying this formula or putting this formula into practice. Now, the if and statement is an Excel formula that analyzes the contents of different cells, or analyzes the contents of various cells, maximum of 30. It then compares the contents of those analyzed cells against several given conditions. If the conditions are met, that is, if all the conditions are met, now that you're speaking about if and, if all the conditions are met, a true value statement or formula will be brought by this particular formula. But if any of the condition is not met, then a false value or statement will be brought by this formula. For a true value or statement to be brought by this formula, then all the conditions must be met. So all the conditions must be met for a true value or statement to be brought by this formula. That is if and statement. So let's put that into practice and see how the if and statement is to be applied. So all the formulas in Excel are preceded with an equal sign. So we are going to start with an equal sign. Then once we have the equal sign, if, then double click on the if. Then we bring on board and can see checks whether all arguments are true and returns a true if all arguments are true. costs. So double click on the and once we have and, that is if, and then the first cell that you're analyzing is age. So you click on the age, that is B4. So if B4 is greater than or equal, so if B4 is greater than or equal, the condition here is 20. So if somebody's age is greater than 20, if somebody's age is greater than 20, comma, if in financial accounting you click on, that is C4, if C4 is greater than 70, the condition here is 70, that is greater than or equal to 70, greater than or equal to 70, comma, if MA, that is D4, so you click on D4, is greater than or equal to 72, greater than or equal to 72, comma, if this is now the last one, tax, E4 is greater than or equal to 75. The conditions are here, 75, can see 20 through to 75. Then if all those conditions are met, so you close the bracket, then comma, then if all those conditions are met, then the formula should return a price, and that price will be your age multiplied times 100. It will be your age multiplied times 100. So which means that we'll have to click back on age, then we multiply that with 100. We multiply that with 100. Otherwise, if you don't meet the condition that have been stipulated, if you don't meet any of them, then the formula should return no price. The formula should return no price. So you write no price in those quotations, then you close the bracket to finish it up. So that is how the if and statement is applied. So if all the conditions stipulated are met, the formula should return the student's price as the student's age multiplied times 100. Otherwise, the formula will return no price. Let us see. If you hit enter, there is no price for this particular person because maybe there is a condition that this person did not meet. So looking at that, age Kent met the age but never met this one here, that is financial accounting was to be above 70, so he's not getting the price. MA he surpassed, tax he also surpassed, so he's not getting the price because of the mark that is scored in financial accounting. He did not meet the condition of 60 as stipulated by what we have here. So you can see the formula, the way it is written here, if, and all those arguments that have been put in place. If it's to be copied down, let us see what do you get if it is to be copied down. So surprisingly, only one person is getting the prize. This is Julie Jael, who surpassed all the conditions that have been set here. So it's only one person that is going to get the prize here. Anyway, a few can be adjusted, like this one is missing the prize only on the basis of age. So we can adjust the age of Gary to around more than 20, that is 21. If you adjust here from what was there to 21, then it brings now a price of 2,100. That can be seen there. Another person that was closer to getting the prize, another person that was closer to getting the prize is this Paul Henry. So for Paul Henry, it's only because of FA got 58 instead of the required 70. Kent Lewis missed only because of FA, so we can adjust Kent marks to just about there, 71, so that he also gets the prize. The formula changes to now a person getting the prize. There is one here who is not getting the prize because of so many reasons. Maybe Chris Hope. Chris Hope met everything except age and tax. Age and tax here. So for Chris Hope, we can adjust the age to 20. Then you adjust the tax here to tax to 76 so that it brings a price here. So there are those who are getting prizes and there are those who are not getting prizes out of what we've just done in this formula here. So that's how you analyze using the if and statement. Now what about the tour?
Okay.
So we want to say that if you meet all the conditions, the formula should return granted. But if you don't meet any, the formula should return denied. So if you meet, it will be granted. If you don't meet any, it will be denied. So again, we want to enter the arguments, equal sign, if, double click on the if, you bring in the and, you double click on the and. So if this is greater than or equal to 20, the condition is 20, comma, if this is greater than 70, comma, if this is greater than, something I missed here, is greater than or equal to 72. So I'll be coming back to this place here. It should be greater than or equal to before we proceed. So if this D4 is greater than or equal to 72, comma, if this tax is greater than or equal to 75, then you close the bracket. Then if you meet all the conditions, the formula should return granted. The formula should return granted. Anyway, failure to meet a condition, the formula should return denied. The formula should return denied. Then we close the bracket, and that one there is now denied. So if all these things happen, this is granted and this is denied. Then you punch enter. You can review how the formula look like. How the formula look like there. Then you enter. Now this one is granted. All the others, let's see what happens to them. You can see granted, denied, denied, granted, denied, denied, granted, and all that. So all those that have been granted also got a prize, and all those that have been denied also did not get a prize. 20%. So there is one here, Paul Henry. There is Philip Tan. Let's see why Philip Tan missed. There are those who missed narrowly. Maybe those ones can be. You can just adjust a few things and see what happens here. Like so many people here were denied, like Philip Tan. Tonet Meg, we can allow Tonet Meg. Age is tick. FA, we can say 72 20%. Or 3. Then tax, you can say that you're adjusting these to
responsible party
to around 8. Then also Tonet will be granted. So it changes immediately as you adjust in your formulas. So prizes, people that are getting prizes, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And people that are missing, also the ones that are written no prize are missing to get this. So that is the if statement formula in Excel. What about if or statement? There is also if or statement that you want to use to do the same thing. The difference between if and if or is that for if and, all the conditions must be stipulated for a true value or statement to be brought. But for if or, if you meet any of the conditions stipulated, then a true value or statement will be brought. So if you meet any condition now here, any, you don't have to meet all, then a true value or statement will be brought. Let us see how the if or statement works here. So equal sign, then if,
then remit it.
Then now instead of and, you write or, all the rest will remain the same. So if this is greater than or equal to 20, greater than or equal to 20, and if this is greater than or equal to 70, you can see the conditions are still here, comma, if this is greater than or equal to 72, you can see 72 here, comma, if this is greater than or equal to 75, then let us see what happens. If you meet all those conditions, the formula should return the price. We are talking about the price as your age.
As a gambler,
as your age, so you click in age multiplied times 100. As your age multiplied
so you
times 100.
80%
Otherwise,
of what you have won,
the formula should return no price. So the formula should return no price if you don't meet the conditions stipulated. Then of course you close the bracket and you punch enter. The formula has a problem, so we are going to see where the formula has a problem, and it is here. So if E4 is greater than or equal to, oh yeah, there is a problem here. So if E4, there's no if here. So E4 greater than or equal to 75. Then we've adjusted the formula, and after that you hit enter. So the first one is getting a price of 3,400, just like the other one. And what if we copy down? Let us see what happens for if or. Now most people are getting. You can see almost everybody is now getting, because at least they have met a condition. It's not like the other one where not all conditions were met. In this case, if we just meet any of the condition, then a true value or statement will be brought by the formula there. Now we can just copy this. Can just copy the formula. So you are copying the formula, then bring it here. Then you are pasting the same formula, or back. So you copy the formula, then you enter, then you come here, then you paste the formula so that it comes here. Then you change a few things. This was now this case is tour, granted or denied. So you do away with this and you just write something else now, which is granted. And you close that. The other one will be denied, granted and denied. Then you punch enter. Then you'll have your other solutions. Then you copy down. What we have are the results for the other guy. So here, for if or, it's more lenient. If you just meet any of the conditions stipulated, a true value or statement will be brought. And in this case, only one person is not meeting the condition that was stipulated, and therefore, that is why we have no prize here. Let us see those who are going, but just by, like David. If you reduce the age to 15 because he's surviving because of age, he's now being denied and it's no price. Look at another one here, Janet Tor is going because of a May, got 89. If he scores 67, that one now is also being no price or denied. Another one that went is 78 with only surpassing tax. If you reduce this from 78 to 75, then that one is also just being denied. 75? No, 74. That one will also be denied here as no price or denied. That one is also no price or denied in that particular case of the student. Then there is also, let's say, Philip Tan. This one we can also reduce the tax marks to 72. And we see that this one is also 72, Philip Tan. Now the age, 19. And you can see it's adjusting across the formulas, no price or denied. So in this case, if you just meet any of the condition, a true value or statement will be brought. Like we can see this person, Gary Hall, is 15 years, did not meet the age. 70 for FA was met, the other one was met. There is also a person who did not meet something here but granted. Paul Henry only scored 58 but was granted because he has met at least a condition. So even if somebody is scoring 0, scoring 0 in those other things, but at least met the age condition here, still is granted because the condition of age has been stipulated. Or let's say this person here is underage, that is 5 years, but also did not do well in FA, so scored 17. Also did not do well in MA, only scored 23, but scored 19 tax. This person will still be granted on the virtue that he has made it in tax other than those others. So that is how the if and if or statement formulas or Excel formulas are used for analyzing data in an Excel spreadsheet. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed the sessions of if statements, and you'll be able to do a lot of tasks and assignments and other things that will enable you to improve your skills and knowledge on the if statements. Hello and welcome to this session of Advanced Excel Formulas. In this session, we are going to cover formulas that are related to the if statements. If statements are advanced formulas that are normally used when you want to analyze your data and come up with formulas that will give you certain criteria. And with me here, I have created a workbook that will enable us to go through a variety of if statement formulas that are in use here. The first one that we are going to tackle will be the if statement formula. Now, if statement is a formula in Excel that helps in analyzing the contents of a single cell, and it analyzes the contents of a single cell and compares it against a condition that you've specified or a condition that you've stipulated. If the contents of the cell that you are analyzing surpasses the condition that you've set, then the formula will give you a true value, a true statement, or a true formula. But if the contents that you are analyzing don't meet or don't surpass the condition that you've stipulated, then the formula will give you a false value or statement. So let us go straight to how the if statement is applied so that we can be able to see what happens if we use the if statement formula. So with me, I have come up with data that we are going to use. This is the student's grade sheet. It has column A through to column E. There is student name, there is the age of students, the exam score, there is age status, and there is grade. So we have a grade here. And first, we are going to look at the age status. And you can see the age status, we've stipulated a condition. There are conditions that have been stipulated here. Now, for age, if the content or the cell that we're analyzing surpasses 20 as the condition, then the formula will give back youth. But if it is less than 20, the formula will give us teen. So if it is greater than, we can use greater than or equal to 20, the formula will return youth. But if it is less than 20, the formula will return teen. So let us see how that is to be done using the if statement formula. First, we are going to precede every formula with an equal sign. So every formula is preceded with an equal sign. Then we type if, then double click on, you can see if checks whether a condition is met and returns one value if true and another value if false. So I'll double click on the if. Then you click on the value that you are testing, the logical test, the value that you are testing here, which is 34. So B4, where there is age, so 34. We are analyzing 34. We are analyzing 34. So if that cell, which is B4, and it represents 34 is greater than, so we are going to look at a condition that you've stipulated. If that is greater than or equal, now the condition is 20, we type 20. Now if B4 is greater than or equal to 20, comma, then the formula should give you youth. So the youth is going to be put in bracket in quotations. So full quotation, youth. Then you close the quotation. But if that is not met, then the formula should return teen. So the formula should return teen, and we are going to have the teen there. So if before the cell that you are analyzing is greater than or equal to 20, the formula will return youth. Otherwise, if that condition is not met, the formula will return teen. So teen is going to be there. You close the bracket, and after closing the bracket, you hit enter, and it returns that this person is a youth. You can see the person is a youth because the age is 34. 34 is greater than 20, and therefore the formula returns youth. Once that has been done, you copy your formula down up to where Tonet Meg is, and the rest will be pre-filled. Now, Lewis is a youth. David Jack is a youth. Cheryl is a teen. Of course, the age is 18. Gary Hall is 15 years. That one is a teen. We have another youth here. Of course, everything has been brought by your formula or the formula that we entered. So if the age is greater than 20, the formula returns youth. But if the age is less than 20, the formula returns teen, as it has been seen in the if statement formula. Now again, we also have exam score, and we are going to analyze the exam score using the condition that have been stipulated here. Now, the condition is that if somebody scores greater than or equal to 60, the formula will return pass. But if somebody scores less than, this one should be less than. If somebody scores less than 60, the formula should return fail. So how is that particular formula applicable? So equal sign, then if, then you double click on the if. You click on the cell that you're analyzing, in this case you're analyzing 80. 80 is C4. So instead of clicking, you can just write C4. That is if you know the cell that you're analyzing, comma. If C4 is greater than or equal to 60, the condition is 60 here, 60, comma, then the formula will return pass. So pass should be in quotation. The formula should return pass. You close the quotation. Otherwise, the formula should return fail. So if the condition above on the left is not met, the formula should return fail. And fail should also be in quotation. So fail should also be in quotation like that. So after that, you hit enter, and the formula, of course, has some error. So we see where the error is. So if C4 is greater than or equal to 60, comma, the formula should return a pass. Otherwise, the formula should return fail. So let us see where the error in the formula is. And okay, so the formula is going to be redone. So if C4 is greater than or equal to 60, comma, then the formula should return pass. You close that, comma. If that is not the case, the formula should return fail. So the formula should return fail. Then we close the bracket and we punch enter. Let us see where the error is. C4 greater than or equal to, okay, so the comma was there after C4, then enter. Now it comes back. So we were putting the formula in just after C4, which was wrong. So if you miss a quotation, if you miss a comma, or if you miss where to place anything, the formula will give you errors, which is what we've encountered in our just concluded errors that happened there. So if you punch enter, then pass. That means if you score 80, the formula will return pass. Let us copy the formula down using the autofill here. So you click on the bottom right side of the formula, then drag it down all the way to Tonet Meg. So the rest, everybody who scored above 60, the formula returns pass. Anybody above 60, the formula returns pass. Anything below that, fail. Like Cheryl failed, got 50. Gary 40, that one failed, all the way to 72 here. That is Vim, who scored 72, and that is a pass. So that is how the if statement is applicable in analyzing whatever data that you have in terms of what we've seen here. So the formula can be applied in a variety of ways. You can use it to be able to determine whether your sales were high or they were low sales, or whichever any other analysis that you want to come up with. So that is the if statement. We now want to move to the second analysis, which is nested if. So on our other sheet, we have nested if, which we want to go to and analyze how different things can be done now using the nested if statement. Now, nested if statement, just like the if statement, it analyzes the contents of a single cell. It analyzes the contents of a single cell and compares it against a given condition, and compares it against given conditions. So it analyzes the contents of a single cell, but compares it against given conditions, compares it against given set of conditions, and it returns a true value or statement if the tested condition is met. Otherwise, it will be returning a false value or statement if the tested conditions are not met. So the nested if statement, it analyzes the contents of a single cell and compares the contents against several given conditions, so that it returns a single value statement or formula if one of the condition is met. Otherwise, if no condition is met, then it returns a single false value statement or formula. That is the nested statement here. So in this case, we want to analyze the grades of students on this student's grade sheet. And with me here, I have the students' names. There is Cat 1, there is Cat 2, there is Assignment 1, there is Assignment 2, there is presentation that was done, there is an exam that was also done, then there is total, then there is analysis for grade 1, and also analysis for grade 2 in that particular order. So first, we want to get the total. Remember, for you to get the total, it has to be the summation all the way from Cat 1 to exam. And the best formula that we can use here is AutoSum. You can see AutoSum. You just click on sum and it predicts that indeed you want to sum everything on the left. So that is AutoSum. Then you punch enter. Or you can say sum. Then you double click on the sum. Then you just highlight what you want to sum up to exam. Then you close your bracket. Then you punch enter. That is the same thing. Anyway, I want to drag the formula down so that the rest of the answers can be pre-filled. Then I want to reduce this to 1 decimal place. 1 decimal place, which means I'll decrease the decimals here. You decrease the decimal so that it's 1 decimal place. Then there is grade 1, there is grade 2, and there is the conditions that we want to follow here. So you can either come up with A, B, C, D, E, or from distinction through fail. If a student scores above 75 or equals to 75, the formula should return grade A or distinction. If a student scores 60 or above, the formula should return either B or credit. If a student scores 40 or above, the student should return C or pass. If a student scores 30 or above, the formula should return D or refer. If a student scores 30, less than 30, if a student scores now less than 30, if a student scores less than 30, that one is to be changed, then that should be an E or fail. So we'll start A through E for grade 1, then distinction through fail for grade 2 here, using the nested if statement. The only difference between nested if statement and the if statement is that for if statement, there is only one condition. But for nested if statement, you'll be comparing the contents of your cell against several given conditions. So straight to the formula, you precede your formula with an equal sign. Then if, double click on the if. So if the cell that you're analyzing is where the totals are, if that is 23 here, H4, which is 23, is greater than or equal, the condition is 75, so greater than or equal to 75. If H4 is greater than or equal to 75, then comma, this formula should give you A. So you type A, then close it in the quotation marks, then comma. Again, if, again you double click on the if, the same H4, which is 23, is greater than or equal to, the other condition was 60, greater than or equal to 60, comma, then the formula should give you credit. So the next one there was credit. Then that one is also enclosed in the closing bracket, then comma. If the same cell, H4, formula is missing an opening here. So if, then we double click on the if H4, the same cell, is greater than or equal to 40, greater than or equal to 40, then the formula should give us C. So we're going to type C in quotation. So that will be C. Then you close the C like that. I missed here. So this ought to have been D. So I'm going to correct this to D. There is A, not B, but B. A, B, C. Then now we move. Again, if H4 is greater than or equal to 30, comma, the formula should return or give us a D. So that one is a D there. We close. But now we are on the last one. We have A, we have B, we have C, we have D. Now for the last one, there's no need of starting with if again. You just come up with the comma, then you bring the quotation. Of course, it assumes that whatever has been said already is not met. Then whatever follows will be E. That is what, if what is on the left is not met, then the formula should just give you E straight away. So if you don't meet to be in the category of A, B, C, or D, then you'd be in the category of E. Then you close the brackets depending on the number of brackets that are open. So how many brackets are open? 1, 2, 3, 4 brackets are open. You're going to close ours with, again, 4 brackets. So 1, 2, 3, 4. After that, you hit enter and it will give you that the first person indeed scored an E. So you can see our formula here, the way it has been typed on the formula bar, and that is what is expected of us to do. So you copy it down and the rest will just appear. A few people have gotten E's, others have gotten A, like 80 is an A, 43 is a C, 62 is a B, 39 is a D, all the way to 24 being an E, 85 is a A, we have C's, and we also have other D's there. So this is the score after analyzing these particular grades using the if statement formula. Again, we want to analyze the same thing, but now where there was an A or E or D or C, we are going to replace with distinction, credit, pass, refer, and fail in that order. This was 75. This was 75. Let me see if that was 75. It is correctly put. So again, we want to now replace with the distinction through to fail using the same formula. So equal sign, if, then you double click on the if. If the cell that you're analyzing is this 23 where there is total, that is E4, if that is greater than or equal to 75, comma, then the formula should give us distinction. The formula should give us distinction. The formula should give us distinction. Comma, if, again double click on the if, the same cell is greater than or equal to 60, comma, then the formula should give us credit. The formula should give us credit. So you enclose, comma, then again, if the same cell is greater than or equal to 40, then the formula should give us that was if it's greater than, that was pass, comma, then again, if the same cell is greater than or equal to 30, comma, the formula should give us refer. The formula should give us refer. You close the bracket, then the last one automatically, comma, then you bring in, the other one is fail. The other one is fail. Then you close with the number of brackets that are open. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're going to close with the 4 brackets. 1, 2, 3, 4. I hope all the brackets have been presented, and that one is a fail for that particular student. So this one had everything. There was 30, there was 40, yeah. So once that is pre-filled, you copy your formula down again, and let us see if it is corresponding to the way we needed. So we can see E is fail, A is distinction, C is pass, B is credit, C is pass, B is credit, D is refer, E is fail, A is distinction again. So this is how you analyze your data using if statement and also using nested if statement. So that is if statement and nested if statement.
Welcome, learner, to our lesson today. We are looking at the human resource management subject, and this is under the manifested publishers learning platform. And in today's lesson, we are looking at reward management, and under this we are looking at 2 areas, pay structures and wage systems. We are going to start with pay structures, then we proceed to pay structures, then we proceed to wage systems. So dear learner, pay structures in reward management do several things. So one, they provide a framework for managing pay. Pay structures will provide a framework in terms of entry point, progression in relation to the workers. Then number 2, it contains, pay structures contain the organizations, the pay ranges or scales for jobs grouped into grades, may be grouped into grades, into bands, or job family level. So it depends on which one an organization has selected. Then 3, pay structures define the different levels of pay for job groups or groups of jobs by reference to their relative internal value. So this relative internal value is usually defined by the process of job evaluation. And this is done in consideration of the external relativities of this particular job, so that the value of that job is determined and the worth is determined within the job hierarchy within that particular organization. Then pay structures also provide the scope for pay progression in accordance with the performance, competence, contribution, or service. And what this 4th point here helps an organization to do, you may have 2 different employees. And these two different employees, though they may have been employed at the same time and they're in the same grade, but their progression now will depend on the performance these particular employees have given to the organization, their competence. One of the employees might, for example, have gone through training, has gotten on-the-job experience, and that particular employee is contributing more, and that employee has made, for example, 5 years or 6 years of service to that particular organization. So when you take into consideration performance, competence, contribution, or the length of service, then that one can help an organization to determine what would be the progression level of a given employee or a set of employees in a given organization. So that is as far as the pay structures are concerned, in terms of what they provide in relation to human resource management. So what are some of the guiding principles for pay structures when an organization is providing a pay structure? So what are some of the things that they should look at? So pay structures, dear learner, pay structures, what should be the guiding principles in terms of pay structures? So pay structures should be appropriate. So 1, should be appropriate to a culture in an entity. Now, for example, if you are dealing with, say, public service, then the kind of pay structure that should be adopted should be an appropriate pay structure that can take into consideration the culture. And as you have noticed within the civil service ranks, what happens is that employees work for long durations of time, and in most cases they look at the aspect of seniority. So if you are looking at the aspect of seniority and the culture is that employees need to have loyalty and commitment, then the appropriate pay structure that should be, for example, adopted in the public service should take into consideration issues of performance, issues of seniority, and issues of length of service, so that becomes appropriate to that kind of setting. Then secondly, should facilitate a pay structure learner should facilitate achievement of transparency, should also facilitate the achievement of equity, should also facilitate the aspect of consistency in salary administration. So what we are saying, if you are looking at the pay structure, then that particular pay structure that is adopted by an organization, a guiding principle should be that this pay structure should facilitate equity, should facilitate transparency, should facilitate consistency in salary administration, so that it helps an organization to display the characteristics of a good reward management strategy within a particular organization. Then next, a pay structure should be flexible, flexible to respond to changes, e.g. skill acquisition, seniority. So basically, you are saying you have a pay structure, and if employees, for example, acquire some skill, if employees, for example, attain a level of security, let's say, for example, say 12 years of experience, for example. So if you have 3 workers, then this particular structure should provide that this employee who has been in an organization for 12 years could be moving maybe on an annual progression in terms of, say, 3 years, or maybe annual increments and so on. So that becomes a very useful principle in relation to designing pay structures within a given organization. Then it should also facilitate another guiding principle. A pay structure should facilitate ease of administration. Take, for example, Lana, if an employee has been in one lower, for example, grade and is moving to another grade, so the pay structure should be made in such a way that they could be overlapping, so that that transition becomes smooth and an employee is able to be adjusted in terms of that particular next grade. Then should also facilitate management control of pay. So the system should be good enough so that an organization should facilitate management control of pay issues, so that in case an employee has a complaint, it is possible to be able to look at the pay structure and articulate issues in relation to how this particular pay structure is supposed to be implemented. So that again becomes one of the guiding principles, and it should also be capable of responding to market pressure. Now, what this means is that an organization does its pay structures in the context of, say, a labor market. So in this labor market, there could also be, for example, changes. Let us take an example. Government may provide for minimum pay. So if the government is providing for minimum pay, the pay scales that are being provided, or maybe the pay structures that are being provided, should be able to accommodate the labor market changes, like the minimum pay that are mandatory, so that it pays above that minimum pay, to avoid challenges that could come from the legal perspective, where organizations are not able to explain. Then should also encourage career growth and development. So, dear learner, what this does, if you look at many systems within working environments, at the lower level, the pay structures would look like they have got lesser, for example, rewards or maybe less pay. But as people move up the ladder, then that particular growth enables those who remain in that particular organization to grow in terms of their careers and to develop to better, for example, emoluments within that particular organizational setting. And that's why one of the guiding principles of a pay structure should be to encourage individuals to make an effort so that they can grow in their careers and be able to advance. So these, dear learner, are some of the guiding principles that should be taken into consideration when designing pay structures within a given organizational setting. Then these pay structures, once you have looked into these, say, guiding principles, it is important to note that there are different types of pay structures that organizations may make use of. Types of pay structures. We can mention types of pay structures. Types of pay structures. Now, the types of pay structures may vary, and an organization may use specific ones or maybe a combination. And the first type is what is referred to as the narrow graded pay structure. Narrow graded pay structure. Narrow graded pay structure. Narrow graded pay structure. So the narrow graded pay structure is a type of pay structure. And then you have the broad graded pay structure. Broad graded pay structure. Broad graded pay structure. So that is also a different type of pay structure that an organization can make use of. And then you have broad banded pay structure. Broad banded pay structure. Broad banded pay structure. So that is number 3. And then number 4, apart from those 3 structures, you have a career family pay structure. Career family pay structure. Career family pay structure. So you have a career family pay structure, and from that another organization can maybe be able to use that. Then you have a job family. A job family. A job family pay structure. And then you have number 6, spine pay spine pay structure. So these ones are examples of types of pay structures that an organization may have. So you have the narrow graded pay structure, you have the broad graded pay structure, you have the broad banded pay structure, career family pay structure, job family pay structure, and spine pay structure that an organization can be able to also use in relation to the kind of pay structures that organizations may design or may formulate for purposes of payment of workers. So, dear learner, in today's lesson, we have looked at the reward management topic, and in that topic we have looked at the area of pay structures and wage systems. And initially we have now looked at what are pay structures in terms of what they provide, and we have indicated that number 1, pay structures provide a framework for managing pay. Number 2, contain the organization's pay ranges or scales for jobs grouped into grades, bands, job family levels. Number 3, pay structures define the different levels of pay for jobs or groups of jobs by reference to their relative internal value as determined by a job evaluation, 2 external relativities. Number 4, Pay structures provide scope for pay progression in accordance with performance, how the employees perform, competence, contribution, or service. Then we have also looked at now the guiding principles for pay structures, and we have indicated, dear learner, that pay structures, number one, should be appropriate to the culture in an entity or an organization. Number two, pay structures should facilitate achievement of equity, consistency, transparency in salary administration. Then number three, pay structures should be flexible to respond to changes, for example, in skill acquisition, seniority, for example. Number four, pay structures should facilitate pay structures should facilitate ease of administration of the pay systems. Number five, pay structures should facilitate management control of pay. And then number six, pay structures should be capable of responding to market pressure, for example, the labor market minimum wage, that is minimum pay that is provided by government. And number seven, Lana, pay structures should encourage career growth and development. So those ones are seven guiding principles for pay structures. Then we have gone ahead, Lana, and looked at types of pay structures where we have indicated that there could be narrow graded pay structures, or number one, narrow graded pay structure. Number two, broad graded pay structure. Number three, broad banded pay structure. Number four, career family pay structure. Number five, job family pay structure. Number six, spine pay structure that organizations may use maybe independently or in combination. So your assignment for the lesson today, dear learner, assignment. You have your assignment. Describe your assignment. Describe the guiding principles for formulating pay structures. So the assignment, dear learner, your assignment for today's lesson, which was pay structures and wage systems, describe the guiding principles for formulating pay structures. So that is your assignment, dear learner, and thank you for being attentive and participating in our lesson today. Dear learner, welcome to our human resource management subject. Today we are looking at performance-related pay, which is a subtopic in the reward management area of human resource management. And performance-related pay, as is used in human resource management, performance-related pay scheme is a remuneration system where reward to an employee depends on the performance of an employee, and the performance of the organization. So you can see, dear learner, there are two things. Performance-related pay is dependent on how the employee performs and how the organization performs. And that's why the issue of relationship comes in. So performance-related pay. So the pay is at two performance levels. The employee is expected to perform at a particular level, and the organization itself is also supposed to have performed at a particular level for this to be effective. Now, there are four main features of performance-related pay, and these four main features are the basis of the scheme, consolidated pay increases, variable pay, and pay progression. So when it comes to the basis of the scheme, in relation to performance-related pay, the basis of the scheme must be defined, and the basis of the scheme may, for example, be maybe organizational performance, So the way the organization performs may be the basis of the scheme, so that you look at the overall organization performance, and then the performance-related pay could be determined. Maybe you may want to look at it in terms of maybe a bonus, and the bonuses could be, for example, of various types. So the basis of the scheme may be organizational performance, which may be affected now in terms of the bonus or bonuses to be paid. Then when it comes to the consolidated pay increases, maybe the pay may be increased, pay may be adjusted, pay may be adjusted based on particular parameters that they may, for example, come in, and it will be in a consolidated way, so that a particular specified amount may be the total amount that is given as an increase, as a pay increase, and that may be given maybe at one point in time or over a period of time. And then when it comes to variable pay, the way the word suggests, this may vary and may be paid one-off payment. So let us say in the month of the end of December of a given year, an employee or a group of employees have performed and are supposed to be provided with a variable pay. Then for that particular end of year, maybe December or January, those particular employees, their pay is varied and then readjusted. Or maybe it is varied at once, at one time, and then it's a one-off adjustment, and that becomes the variable pay, which is a feature of performance-related pay. Then there could also be pay progression determined. This could be determined for a given period. So you may, for example, say there will be pay progression maybe at the end of 1 year, say maybe in the month of July or in the month of January, the pay progression will take place, and it will be progressing maybe at a particular percentage, maybe at say 5% of the prevailing, for example, scale and so on. So that again could become pay progression as a feature of performance-related pay. So these are some of the main features of performance-related pay that we have indicated. Looks at specifically the performance of the individual and the performance of the organization. So what could be some of the suitable conditions for performance-related pay? Suitable conditions for performance-related pay. Suitable conditions for performance-related pay. And by this, dear learner, what we mean, what features should prevail on the ground, or what circumstances should prevail in an organization to make it suitable for an organization to operate a performance-related pay system. So an organization should have an entrepreneurial culture. An organization should have an entrepreneurial culture. So where employees are entrepreneurial, then these employees can invest their ideas, can invest their innovation, and that one can lead to better performance of the workers and the organization. So there should be a practice of employee involvement in decision making. So for you to have a successful performance related pay system, then workers in that particular organization should have gone through a practice of being involved in the decision making process, so that they can participate fully in ensuring that they can be able to bring in the aspect of performance related pay in terms of agreeing on objectives. And then number 3, transparency in salary and wage, or what you are calling reward management matters. There should be transparency in salary and wage or reward management matters, so that workers can be able to have confidence in this particular system. Then 4, clear objectives of performance. A clear objective of performance must be in that particular environment, so that it is very clear in terms of what is expected, in terms of the management and so on, in terms of the workers. So that could be very, very clear. Then number 5, supervisors and managers should be well versed and skilled in managing performance. Then there should be a clear communication channel in the organization. And then number 7, full support of the top management regarding performance related pay. So what you are saying, Lana, there should be full support of the top management regarding performance related pay. Is it? And then number 8, payments should be made when they are due, to gain the confidence of employees in the system. So, Lana, workers will give the system a benefit of the doubt, and they will want to see one cycle. So if they agree on what is supposed to be paid, they produce on their part and so on, the organization gains, so the workers will be waiting to see, will the management make that particular commitment in terms of payment? So if those payments are made, then workers can support the system. So these are some of the factors that should be suitable conditions for performance-related pay to succeed within a given organization. So today, Lana, we have looked at the performance-related pay area of reward management, and we have listed some of the suitable conditions. We have also looked at the main features, and we can very quickly revise what we have done today. And we have said that performance-related pay scheme is a remuneration system where reward to an employee depends on the performance of an employee and the performance of an organization. And the main features of performance-related pay are One, the basis of the scheme, then two, consolidated pay increases, then three, variable pay, then four, pay progression. And we have also indicated and discussed that when it comes to performance-related pay, for it to be able to succeed, dear learner, there are certain conditions that should be suitable, or an environment that will be suitable for the success of performance-related pay system. And we are saying that number one, an organization should have an entrepreneurial culture. Then two, there should be a practice of employee involvement in decision making. Then number three, there should be transparency in salary and wage or reward management matters. Number four, clear objectives of performance should be set out. Number five, supervisors and managers should be well versed and skilled in managing performance. Number six, there should be a clear communication channel in the organization. Number seven, full support of the top management regarding performance-related pay. And number eight, payments should be made when they are due to gain the confidence of employees in the system of performance-related pay. So, dear learner, those are some of the suitable conditions under which performance-related pay system can be able to be operated objectively and successfully. So before we terminate our lesson today, you have an assignment. Your assignment for today, examine the conditions, examine the conditions that may make the performance related pay system succeed in a workplace. So dear learner, your assignment, examine the conditions that may make the performance related pay system succeed in a workplace. So that's your assignment, and until our next lesson, bye-bye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers. My name is Mr. Dongo, a PFT, Public Finance and Taxation lecturer. Today, we will be going through August 2024 paper. And we start with question 1. Question 1A, explain the following terms used in public finance management. 1 is the consolidated fund services, and 2 is what we call division of revenue bill. So we come, put the question. So question 1, so A, explain the following terms. Explain the following terms as used in public finance management. As used in the public finance management. So one is what A is consolidated, what they call consolidated fund services. So basically when you talk about a consolidated fund, that all government revenue are basically kept in account called a consolidated fund, except the ones that are not approved by the Act of the Parliament. So basically when you say consolidated fund services, we basically mean, we say services means the expenses, we say the expenses means the expenses of which of which is charged, the expenses of which is charged directly, we say directly against, we say directly against the, against, and you say and payable from the consolidated fund, from the consolidated, we say the consolidated fund, we say under the virtue, we call it under the virtue of the Constitution, under the virtue of the Constitution, or any act, we say any act of the Parliament, any act of the Parliament, other than, we say other than appropriation, other than the appropriation. So that is what we call consolidated fund services. So services basically means expenses which is charged directly against and payable from the consolidated fund under the virtue of the Constitution or any act of Parliament other than the appropriation. So then we have the second, what we call division of revenue bill. Division of revenue bill. When you talk about division of the revenue bill, we're basically talking about how revenue is divided at the two levels of government. That is the national government and the county government. So this refers to it's a bill that aim at. It's a bill, we say it's a bill that aims at equitable, what do you call equitable? Equitable allocation of funds between two allocations to distribution of funds between two levels of the government, equitable allocation, or equitable, just say the word distribution, equitable distribution of funds between two levels of government, i.e. national and county government. So when you talk about division of the revenue bill, we're basically talking about how revenue is equitably distributed of funds between two levels of government, that is basically the national government and the county government. That is how basically we tackle that question 1A. We'll pick it on the next question. We say outline 5 purposes for which national government should borrow money according to the provisions of Section 192 of the Public Finance Management Regulation 2015. So we put it down. That is B, question 1B. We say outline 5 purposes. Outline 5 purposes for which the national government should borrow money, according We say according to the provisions, of section 192, we say of the public financial management regulation. We call it Regulation 2015. So basically, we are being asked by the examiner the 5 purposes to which national government should borrow money according to the provision of the section 192 of the Public Financial Management Regulation of the Public Financial Regulation of 2015. So basically, national government would borrow money for various purposes. One of it is to overcome budget deficit. One of the very common things about these developing countries, Kenya being one of it altogether, that is majority of the budget, most of the budget cannot be covered by the revenue. So one of the reasons is that they borrow to overcome a deficit. We also have another reason that we can talk about in case of emergency. So we can put them down. We have one, what we call financing the national, what we call the national deficit, financing what we call the national deficit. Deficit when expected expenditure is more than the expected revenue. The second is borrowing for the purpose, what we call borrowing for the purpose of the cash management, borrowing for the purpose of the cash management, borrowing for the purpose of the cash management, borrowing for the purpose of the cash management. Then we talk about honoring. Sometimes you find that the national government would borrow to pay back loans that are due. So we say honoring, what do you call honoring? Obligations, honoring obligations, under outstanding, what do you call outstanding? Under outstanding, national government, honoring obligations under outstanding national government guarantees. Then we can talk about the next, what we call refinancing, what we call outstanding debt, refinancing what we call outstanding debt, or repaying, what we call repaying a loan, or repaying a loan to its date of repayment. Refinancing outstanding debt or repaying a loan to its dates of repayment. So they can also borrow. We can talk about lastly borrow in case of emergencies. They can decide to borrow in case of emergency. These are basically unforeseen events. So basically, this is the reasons that the national government will probably borrow in relation to the provisions of Section 192 of the Financial Management Regulation 2015. That is how we basically tackle that question. We'll pick it on the next question. We're being told Section 194 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 specify the functions undertaken by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. that is PSSB, Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. So with reference to the above statement, describe 6 functions. Describe 6 functions. We put it down on the board. So that is C. So we talk about section, we say section 194, section 194 of public, what do you call the public financial, of the public financial management, public financial management of the Public Financial Management Act, Act 2012, of the Public Financial Management Act of 2012, we say comma, specifies, we say specifies the functions, we say the functions, specifies the functions to be undertaken, we say to be undertaken by public sector, by the public sector, what do you call the public sector accounting, public sector accounting standards board, public sector's accounting standards board, into bracket, that is the PSSB, public sector's accounting standards board. So then you say with reference to the above statement, with the reference to the above statement, with a reference to the above statement, describe, we say describe functions of PSSB. Describe the functions of the PSSB, Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. So number 1 is to define, to understand what you mean by Public Standard Accounting Standard Boards, and basically their role. We need to understand that this basically comes from topic 3, that is oversight of the public finance. One public sector accounting standard board is one of the areas of oversight. That is basically one of the areas of oversight when you look at the public sector accounting standards board. And basically in going through these questions, in going through this particular question, it's very important that one of the roles of this public sector accounting standards board is basically to set what we call accepted accounting and financial standards. One of it has a role in the bid for oversight. We call it set. We say set. Generally, what do you call generally? Accepted. Set what you call generally accepted. Set what you call generally accepted. Accounting and financial standards. The word is to set. Implementation is not the role, but basically is to set generally accepted accounting and the financial standards. The next we can talk about prescribing an audit procedure which basically comply with the PFM, what is the Public Financial Management Act. We say prescribe. Internal audit procedures. Internal audit procedure, basically to prescribe internal audit procedure, which comply with PFM Act. So basically it prescribe internal audit that basically will comply with what called Public Financial Management Act. So we can proceed to the next, that is the third point on that. We say that they set this standard. They don't implement, but basically they set the standard. So the next we can talk about prescribe the minimum standard. What do you call prescribe? Prescribe the minimum. We say the minimum. What do you call the minimum standard? What do you call the minimum standard? Prescribe the minimum standard. Minimum standard of what do you call maintenance? Of maintenance. Minimum standard of maintenance of what you call proper books of account. Of maintenance of proper books of account. Minimum standards of maintenance of the proper books of account as the next role. Remember, they do the oversight role. And four, we can talk about what you call publish. What you call publish and publicize. Publish and publicize. Publish and basically publicize. And you say publicize the accounting. What do you call the accounting? The accounting and financial standards and the financial, what do you call the financial standards and the financial standards. Publish and publicize the accounting and the financial standards and any directives and any, what do you call, any directives, directive and directives and guidelines and the guidelines prescribed by the board. Prescribed by the board. What do you call prescribed by the board? So basically, publish and publicize the accounting and the financial standards and any other directive that is basically prescribed by the board. So we have the next, perform. We can say that is 5, that you say perform any other function. Perform any other function. Function, we say function related. Any other function related to advancing. What do you call advancing? Related to advancing. Prescribe any other function related to advancing. Financial, taking it higher. Financial and accounting. We say financial and accounting. Perform. This is say perform. Perform. We just rub it and write it clearly. Perform. Any other function. This is say any other function related to advancing financial and accounting system. System management. System management. System management. And reporting in the public sector. And reporting in the public sector. And the reporting basically done in the public sector. So perform any other function related to what you call advancing financial and accounting system management and reporting in the public sector. And lastly, we say in consultation. In consultation. We say in consultation. We say in consultation with the cabinet. With the cabinet secretary. In consultation with the cabinet secretary on the effective, what do you call effective, on the effective dates of the implementation, in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary on the effective date, that is Cabinet Secretary of Finance, on the effective dates of implementation of the standards, we have not said they implement, but they consult on the effective dates of the implementation of the standards, and you say, comma, gazette, the dates, we say gazette the dates, for application, gazette the dates for the application of standards, and guideline. Again, very important for us to get to understand that when you talk about public sector accounting standard board, that's an oversight. So there are also various levels of oversight, that we basically have in relation to oversight. Also, various areas of oversight, apart from the public standards accounting boards. We have the internal audit as also an oversight. That's an area that can also be examined. So as you look at this, it's also very important to look at other levels of oversight. And I've talked about one as internal audit. And what is the role of internal audit? That is how we basically tackle that very question. We'll pick it up on the next question. That is question 1, Roman D, the last question on 1. So the question says, in relation to the public procurement and asset disposal regulation 2020, outline 5 methods that accounting officer or procuring entity or procuring entity may use to dispose the asset. So we have the question on the board. We say that is D. We say in relation to the public, what do you call the public? In relation to the public procurement, in relation to the public procurement and asset disposal, regulation 2020, regulation 2020, outline 5, we say outline 5 methods, that an accounting officer can, we say, use 5 methods that accounting officer can use, that an accounting officer of we say of a procuring entity may use to procure, may use to dispose asset. May use to dispose asset. So when you talk about disposal, is how we do away with the asset. And when you look at this topic, that is basically topic 4 on procurement. So we are basically being asked that in relation to what you call the public procurement and disposal regulation, that is of 2020, what are the methods that that accounting officer of a procuring entity may use to dispose? To dispose basically is to do away with the asset. What are some of the methods that would basically be used to do away with the asset? One is, we call it a trade-in. We call it trade-in. What do you call trade-in? You can have a new asset and you do away with the older asset. We call it trade-in. That is the first method that we dispose of an asset. So we move to the next. We move to the next. As we wrap this to the end. As we wrap this at the end. As we wrap this to the end. As we wrap this to the end. The next method that a procuring accounting officer of a procuring entity can use to dispose an asset, can basically use to dispose an asset. We talk about sell by public, what you call sell by public tender, what you call sell by public tender, as another method that can be used to dispose an asset. Then you can also call number 3, what you call sell. We say sell by public auction. What do you call the public auction? Sell by what you call public auction. Sell by the public auction. We also have what you call transfer. Another way for disposal, we say transfer. We can call it transfer to another, what do you call another public entity. Transfer to another public entity, or part, what do you call part of public entity, part of the public entity, with or without financial adjustments, with or without financial adjustment, with or without financial adjustment. We've talked about transferring to another public entity or part of public entity with or without what you call a financial adjustment. And lastly, what you call waste disposal management. What you call waste disposal management. Lastly, what you call waste disposal management. Waste disposal management. Very important for learners to understand that this is also a very crucial topic in the public finance. We need to understand even the role of IFMIS under this, the roles of a number of things. For example, IFMIS in relation to procurement. What are the benefits of electronic procurement as opposed to a procurement that was basically being done physically? What is the role? Pre-qualification of tender. What are some of the pre-qualifications that are required for tender, for the ones that are basically picked for tenders? Basically still touching on procurement. But particularly for this, we were basically talking about a number of ways that an accounting officer in a procurement entity may dispose an asset. We've talked about trade-in. We've also talked about sell by public tender. We've talked about sell by public auction, transfer to another public entity or part of public entity with or without financial adjustment. And lastly, we've talked about what we call waste disposal management. That is how we particularly handle that last question. And that marks the end of the question 1. See you in the next class. Welcome to Manifested Publishers. My name is Mr. Dongo, Public Finance and Taxation Lecturer. Today we are going to handle public finance paper that is August 2024, question 4. August 2024, question 4. August 2024, question 4. August 2024, question 4. So the first question, that is question A, explain the following terms as used in taxation. Explain the following terms as used in taxation. One is what you call duty drawback. Question 4A, Roman 1, is what you call duty drawback. What you call the duty drawback. So when you talk about duty drawback, we're saying means a refund. This basically means, we say means a refund, of all or part, or we say or part, refund of all or part of any import, duty paid in respect, we say in respect of goods, exported, in respect of goods exported, or used, we say used in a manner, or for the purpose, exported or used in a manner, or for purpose, prescribed, we say prescribed, purpose prescribed as a condition, we say as a condition for granting duty drawback, So very important we say that when you talk about duty drawback, we basically mean a refund of all or part of duty or part of any duty of any import duty paid in respect of goods exported or used in a manner or for the purpose prescribed as condition for granting duty drawback. So the key word is refund of all or part of any import duty paid in respect to goods exported. So that is what you call a drawback. The second, that is A Roman 2, we have what you call sufferance, WAF. So when you talk about sufferance work, it basically means any place, we say means any place, other than, any place other than, unapproved, what do you call unapproved, any place other than approved, place of loading, we say loading, or offloading, loading or unloading, or offloading or unloading, any other than approved. So it means a place other than approved, a place other than the approved. Approved basically means the one that is recognized for loading and unloading, at which a commissioner may allow, any good to be loaded, or unloaded, to basically be loaded or unloaded. So then we have Roman 3. What you call import declaration fee. Import declaration fee. So when you talk about import declaration fee, this is basically paid to goods that are imported into the country, basically for home use. Goods that are imported into the country, basically for home use. So we can put it down and say that it is a fee. On all goods imported, into the country, into the country, into the country for home use, for home use, into the country, basically for home use. So we know that the amount payable is about 3.5% of the goods that are imported. But the keyword is basically when you talk about import declaration fee, it is a fee that is paid on all goods imported into the country for home use. So we can pick the next question, that is B, a calculation question, that is on partnership, a calculation question on partnership, that is B. So the first thing we're being told that there is a worker in Baraka started a partnership business in the year 2022, sharing profit and losses in the ratio of 5:3. So we have two partners, that is worker, and we have Baraka, and Baraka. So worker and Baraka, the ratio is 5:3. Then this should be ratio of 8:5. Then this should be 3:8. That is the sharing ratio. That is basically the sharing ratio. So we're being told that the following is the statement of profit or loss for partnership in the year ended December 2023. So we're looking at sales. We know that sales, that should be a taxable, income. General bad debts recovery, that is a non-taxable income. We have anticipated foreign exchange gain. When you talk about anticipated, those are not realized, so that's also non-taxable income. We have capital gain on the sale of land. Again, that is a non-taxable income. That is a non-taxable income. Then you have insurance recovery on stolen vehicle. When you talk about insurance recovery, basically on a stolen vehicle, that is also basically what we call a non-taxable. That is what we also basically called a non-taxable income. Then release of liability. When you talk about release of liability, then that is a taxable income. Release of a liability is a taxable income. Then you have interest from Ulinzi Sacco. When you talk about interest from Ulinzi Sacco, that is an investment income. So that is a non-taxable income in relation to the business. And we know that interest from SACCOs, we call them qualifying interest, where we're saying that the 15% withholding tax is final, and therefore we do not subject them to further taxation. Then we proceed to the expenses part. When you talk about the expenses part, we have the purchases. We have purchases, which is an allowable deduction, allowable expense or allowable deduction. Then you have purchase of computers. We call purchase of computers as non-allowable. Purchase of fixed assets are not expenses in taxation, so that is a non-allowable expense. We have repairs expenses. When you talk about repairs expenses, those should be allowable expenses. We have legal and professional fee. So on the legal and professional fee, we basically say that legal and professional fee can be allowable, and at the same time it can be non-allowable. However, if an examiner brings a question on legal and professional fee and there's not an additional information, then that legal and professional fee should be allowable expense. The next is what we call rent and rates. Rent and rate, that should be allowable expense. Then interest expense, we say that interest on partners' capital, that is non-allowable. However, interest on loans borrowed, that should be allowable. So we can look at the additional information. General expense is allowable expense, provided there's no additional information saying something contrary. Motor vehicle expenses, that should also be allowable expenses, provided there's no additional information saying something contrary. Then we have the insurance, that should also be allowable expense, provided there's no additional information relating to anything. Then we have what we call welfare expenses. Welfare, basically, if you have welfare for employees, that should be allowable. Then we have audit and accounting fee. Audit and accounting fee, that should also be allowable expense. Then we have computer softwares and programs. That is a capital expenditure. So capital expenditure, those should be non-allowable expense. Then lastly, we have traveling expense. a figure of 64 that should be allowable expense. So if you look at the totals and we minus from the incomes, the accountant basically got a net loss of 2,750,000, and this needs to be adjusted as a tax person when now we talk about in terms of tax. So additional information, we have legal and professional fee. Total was 816. Out of that, there is a legal and professional fee. The first one, that is legal fee on defense against alleged breach of trade contract. When you have legal fee on defense against alleged breach of contract, those should be allowable. Those are allowable expenses. The next is legal fee on tax appeal. That is a non-allowable, so that needs to be added back. That is a non-allowable expense, which is in the P&L. We need to adjust it by adding it back. We have legal land conveyance fee. Land conveyance fee is also what we call non-allowable expense, so we need to add it back. Stamp duty is also non-allowable legal fee. We also need to add it back. Then negotiating a business loan. When we have legal costs that we incur to negotiate a business loan, that we also say that is also non-allowable legal cost. Then we have recovery of bad debts. Legal fee that relate to customers and debtors, that is allowable. That is an okay expense. Then we have signing 100 years lease agreement. When you talk about lease agreements, renewal and signing of leases, if leases are below 99, then those ones should be allowable. However, if leases are above 99 years, like the one we have in this particular question that says 100 years, then that should be a non-allowable. Then we have purchase of private or partner's private vehicle. That is a private expenditure. So purchase of a partner's private vehicle as a legal cost, that should be non-allowable expense. Then the last one on the legal fee, we have what we call legal fee on renewal of patent. Renewal of patents, that should also be non-allowable expense. So done on additional information 1. So additional information 2, we have repairs expenses comprised of the following. The first expense that relates to repair, we have the purchase of furniture. When you talk about the purchase of furnitures, those should be non-allowable expense. When you talk about the purchase of furnitures, those ones should also be non-allowable expense. We have what called designing and partitioning of a new block. Designing and partitioning of a new block, that's also a capital expenditure, so that is a non-allowable expense. Then lastly, we have what we call repainting of an old office block. That should be allowable. So that one we don't adjust by adding back. So we move to the to additional information number 3. Additional information 3. So we are told that impairment, 1 is impairment of patent, general expense. Impairment of patent, that should be non-allowable expense. The impairment of patents, that should be non-allowable expense. Then we have provision for general bad debts. Provision for general bad debts, that's a non-allowable expense too. We add it back. Then we have drawing of goods by partners. Drawing of goods by partners, we know for sure that those are non-allowable expense. So additional information number 4, that gives us to our working 1. We can call it working 1. So on the working 1, we're being told that purchases and sales were inclusive of VAT at the rate of 16%. Taxes paid or taxes refunded. Taxes paid are not expenses. That one we need to understand. The taxes paid are not basically expenses. So tax paid are not expenses. Again, we need to understand that tax refunds or tax that are basically on incomes, those are non-allowable. And we need to adjust the taxes on sales by lessing, the taxes on expenses by adding back. So we say that purchase and sales were inclusive of VAT at the rate of 16%. So we have the first one, that is purchase. Purchase, the figure for the purchase is 3,706,000 was inclusive of VAT. So that implies that this was 116%. So what is the VAT that we need to add back that were on purchases that understated the profit? Remember the VAT, we say VAT on purchases understates the profit. So correction is correction add back. So we get that VAT. So say 16 over 116 times 3,706,000. 3,706,000. 3,706,000. If you look at that, we have 16. We have 16 over 116 times 3,706,000. So we have the figure is 511,172. 511,172.4. We round it to all numbers. So with this one, we are going to add back. So then we have VAT on sales, just on that VAT on sales. So we have the figure for the sales. If you look at the figure for the sales in this particular question, the figure for the sales is 5780. That inclusive of sales, that should be 116%. So what is the VAT on sales? We know that the VAT on sales basically overstate. VAT on sales, we know that VAT on sales overstates the taxable income. The VAT on sales basically overstates the taxable income. So we need to understand that the correction is to deduct. The correction is basically to deduct. So if you say that 5780, 5,580,000 is equals to 116%. What about that VAT that we need to deduct? VAT, which is 16%. So that should be 16 over 116 times 5,780,000. 5,780,000. So we have this. So that is 16 over 116, then times 578. So that should be that VAT that we need to deduct. That is 797,241. 797,241. 797,241. 797,241. So then we get to the next additional information. Working to. We're being told the closing inventory was valued at 120. So 1.2, sorry, closing inventory value. So the closing inventory value is 1.2. The figure is 1.2. That is the closing inventory value. The figure is basically 1.2, while the opening inventory was valued at 10% of the net sales. At 10% of the net sales. So we can get the value of opening stock. The value of opening stock. So the value of the opening stock was valued by 10% of the net sales. Net sales basically means net of value added. So the sales we have, if you look at the sales is 5,780,000. This is 116. So net of sales, that should be 100%. So net of VAT. So net of VAT, that should be 100 over 116 times 5780,000. So sales net of VAT, we have our calc, and we say that 100 over 116 times 5780. So what do we have? We have a figure that's 4,982,000, 982,000, and then we have 982,000. Then we have 759, 982,759, rounding it to all numbers. So with that we have the net sales. So the opening stock was basically, we were told that the opening stock is basically 10% of the net sales. So opening inventory, we have the opening inventory in that particular question, 10% of the net sales. That's 4,982,000. 759. When you get 10%, there should be 498 to 75.9. So the opening inventory rounded off to all numbers should be 498 to 76 to 9. 498 to 76. That is basically the opening stock. That is basically the opening stock. So we're being told that opening stock and the closing stock were both undervalued. Both undervalued. Opening stock and closing stock. We say undervalued at 10%. So we start with the opening stock. So this figure, 498, 276 is undervalued by 10%, meaning it is 100 less 10. So this is 90%. So what is the undervalue, which is 10%? This is what you call the undervalue. So the undervalue that is 10% should be 10 over 90 times 498 to 76. For 498 to 76. So we get the undervalue, which is 10 over 90 times 498 to 76. So the figure is rounded to all number. That should be 55,364. So when you have 55,364, when an opening stock is basically undervalued, what is the correction? When an opening stock is basically undervalued. Let's have a practical example. We have SP sales. We just say sales 2,000. A practical example, sales 2,000. We have purchases 1,000. We have opening stock 400, and then we have the closing stock 500. So to get GP in this, particularly on this, so we have this and this. So we have sales, that should be 2,000. Opening stock 400. Purchases 1,000. Then we have closing stock 500. So when that happens, we have 900. And so we know that when you have 900 there, the gross profit in that case should be 1,100. So if the opening stock in this case is undervalued, let's say we undervalue by 100, 300. What is the implication? What is the effect of undervalue of 100? So that would be now 300 plus 1,000 minus 300 plus 1,000, that is 1,300, minus 500, that is 800 now here. So we have the gross profit rising. So when an opening stock is basically undervalued, the correction is to deduct. It deduct since it overstates profit. Deduct since it overstates the profits. So basically the correction is to deduct since that basically overstates the profit. So the opening stock that is undervalued of 55,364, that should basically be deducted. Then closing stock, we can have the closing stock here. Closing stock at this point. So the closing stock is a figure of 1.2. That was also undervalued by 10, so that's 90%. So the undervalue is 10%. So that should be 10 over 90 times 1.2 times 1.2. When we basically do that, So we have 10 over 90 times 1.2. So the figure should be 133,333. So 133, we have 333, two whole numbers. So when closing stock is undervalued, the effect is that it understates. The effect that is it understates, so we add it back. So it understates the profit, so the correction is to add back. So the correction is basically to add back. So we read the last additional information. Interest include, so the interest, we have a figure of 160 in the paper. The figure is interest. When you talk about interest expense, 166. Interest expense include interest on partners' capital of 120, which was shared according to the ratio. So interest on partners' capital is a non-allowable expense. So we need to note on that additional information, number 6, that 120 is a non-allowable expense that needs to be added back. But you're saying that under what we're going to take under partners allocation, income allocation schedule, we are going to share this interest on capital based on the ratios. So we can have this working as sharing of interest. Sharing of interest. Interest on partners' capital. Partners' capital. So that's as we call it, we're working through there. So we have worker. That should be, worker is 5 over 8 times 120. Then we have Baraka. Baraka should be 3 over 8 times 120. 3 over 8 times 120. So we get those figures. So 5 over 8 times 120. So that should be 75. And we are taking them to income allocation schedule. So the other one will be 3 over 8 times 120. So we have 45. That's okay. We have that as 45. So that marks the end of those additional information. So required. We are told that compute the adjusted taxable profit of partnership for the year ended 31st December 2023. So that is the first Roman A, B Roman A. So say you worker and Baraka partnership. Worker and Baraka partnership. Taxable, what do you call adjusted taxable profit? What do you call adjusted taxable profit for 2023. And we need to understand, because we've been provided with accounting profit, we need to understand that we are going to use the net profit. So we'll say we have this shillings on this. Then we know that in this particular question, we have been provided with an accounting profit. So we use what we call the net profit method. So say accounting loss stroke profit provided. So based on what was done by accountant, it basically said that this business made a loss of 2,750,000. So then we say add back non-allowable expenses in P and L, non-allowable expenses in P and L, non-allowable expenses in P and L. Then taxable, we say taxable incomes not in P and L, and taxable income not in the P and L. So when you look at this, when you look at basically what you have, so we start with the P and L, that is on the expenses. So we have the non-taxable, non-allowable expense that you have for the first one in the P and L, less expenses. We have purchase. We have what we call purchase of computers. We have the purchase of computers. So that's a figure of 216 that needs to be added back. 216. Then we have the next on that P&L. We look at the repairs, no legal fee. Just on that computer softwares and programs. We have computer softwares and programs. So that should be 1.2. Computer softwares and basically programs, that is 1.2. So then we have the first additional information that we have on legal. So we say that legal fee on defense against alleged breach, that is allowable. Then legal fee on tax appeal. We have legal fee on tax appeal. Legal fee on tax appeal, that should be 64,800. Then we have land conveyancy fee, what you call the land conveyancy fee. So the land conveyancy fee, that is 72,400. We also had stamp duty. We also say that stamp duty, that should be 36,600. That is a stamp duty. We can have the last one. Negotiating a business loan. What do you call negotiating on this? Negotiating a business loan. That's also non-allowable. Negotiating a business loan, that should be 25,400. That should be basically 25,400. So I hope this is able. This is very visible as we look at that. So because of some entries that we need to have that there, and then we have that. This entry we can wrap that we need to add back. That is VAT on purchases. That is basically VAT on purchases, 511. We need, as we wrap it, we need to put it there. So we have VAT, another item, VAT on purchases, on the purchases. That is 1,511,172. So we go on with where we had signing 100 years lease agreement. So say signing 100 years lease agreement. Signing 100 years, that is more than 99. There should be 128. So we have 128,400. So then we have the next, that is purchase of partners. That is a private purchase of partners. We call it partners private vehicle. Purchase of partners private vehicle. That is a private expenditure. That is 137,400. We have that. Then the last one, we know that legal fee on renewal of patent. Legal fee on renewal, what you call renewal of patents. Legal fee on renewal of patents. So the legal fee basically on renewal of patent. Legal fee on renewal of patent. On renewal of patent, we have a figure of 126. That's a figure of 126. We can clear what you have. We know that we have that figure at the back of our mind. 7. We need to understand that we have it as 797, 241, so that we don't go doing the working again. So then we proceed to additional information number 2. We knew that the purchase of furniture is also non-allowable. That should be 260. Purchase of furniture. Then you have designing and partitioning. What you call designing and partitioning. What you call partitioning of new office. Designing and partitioning of a new office. That's also capital expenditure. That should be 341. So that is also added back. And that is okay. So we move to the third. Impairment of patent rights. That's non-allowable. What you call impairment. Impairment of patent. What you call patent right. Impairment of the patent right. We have a figure of 120 that's also need to be added back. Impairment of patent right. Impairment of patent right. Then provision of general bad debt, also non-allowable. Provision of general, what you call general bad debt. Bad debt. That should be a figure of 208,000. We add that back too. Then we have the last one, drawing of goods by partners. We have drawing of goods, also non-allowable, goods by partners. Drawing of goods by partners. So that should be equivalent to 314. 314. Having a figure of 314. 314. Then purchases, we knew that we needed to add back VAT on purchase because that's understated the profit. On the sales, we are going to less. So we're still looking at what items that we need to add back. So we proceed to opening and closing stock that were understated. We know that what we need to add back is closing stock understated. So we say closing stock understated. We say understated. The closing stock that is understated, that should be 133,333. 133,333. Then we have the last one, that is interest on partners' capital. We call it interest on partners. We call it partners' capital. Interest on partners' capital. The figure is 120. Interest on partners' capital. The figure is basically 120. So these are the items that we need to add back. What is the total of those items that are needed to be added back? We have 216. We had it 216,000 plus 1.2 down there, plus 64,800 plus 72,400 plus 36,600 plus 25,400. We have that. Then plus 511,172. 511,172 plus 128,400 plus 137,400 plus 126 plus 126 plus 260 plus 260 plus 341 plus 120,000 plus 208,000 plus 314,000 plus 133,33. Then lastly plus 120. So the figure is 4 million. The items that we need to add back, 014,505. That is 4,014,000 and 14,505. So we go to less. Less, we know that we less non-taxable, taxable operating incomes in P&L, comma, investment incomes in P&L, investment income basically in P&L, and what to call and allowable expenses not in the P&L, not in P&L, and allowable expenses not in P&L. So what are we lessing? Non-taxable operating incomes in P&L, investment income in P&L, and allowable expenses not in P&L. And when you talk about allowable expenses not in P&L, this is basically the investment allowance, because we do not have deposition in taxation. So we move to those items. We look at the incomes. So the first one is general bad debt recovery. So we have general bad debt recovery, general bad debt recovery, general bad debt recovery, general bad debt recovery. So that should be 75, the item that we need to less. Then we have anticipated what you call anticipated foreign exchange gain. Anticipated foreign exchange gain, 180. Anticipated foreign exchange gain. Anticipated foreign exchange gain. So we looked at that as we So as we rotate that camera to that very hand, because of we have that. So then on those incomes, we also have capital gain on sale of land. What they call capital gain on sale of land. Capital gain basically on the sale of land. That should be 352,000. Capital gain on the sale of land. That is a figure of 352,000. Then insurance recovery. Insurance recovery on stolen vehicle. This is recovery on fixed assets, so that's also non-taxable. That is 320. An item that we also need to less. We have release of liability is taxable. We have now interest on from Ulinzi, what we call Ulinzi Sacco. Interest from Ulinzi Sacco. Interest from Ulinzi Sacco. So Ulinzi Sacco, we know that that's a figure of 34. And that is qualifying interest. So we don't subject it. We do not take it to the income allocation schedule. So then we move on those incomes, we are sorted. But we know that VAT on sales, that was basically overstating profit. VAT on sales we had 797,241. We noted it up there. Then we have the next item, that is opening stock understated. What we call opening stock understated. So the opening stock that was basically understated, that is 55,364. Then we wrap this and move to the investment allowance. Opening stock understated. So as we wrap that, we now move to allowable expenses that are not in the P&L. So that is basically investment allowance. And this is, to be precise, wear and tear. So we can have the first one. We know that we have computers, We have computers. Those should be under investment allowance at the rate of 25. So that times 25% times 216. The investment allowance on that, 25% times 216. 25% times 216. 25% times 216 times 216. So that should be 54. That should be 54. Then we have the next. On the next was computer softwares. We have computer software. That's also 25% at the rate of 25%. That is 1.2. 1.2. That should be 300,000. That should be 300,000. 1.2. That should be 300,000. And then we have what we have furnitures. Furnitures, we know 10%. Furnitures, we know that should be 10%. So furniture, we had on the furniture that was 260. If you look at that furniture, furniture was 260. So that is 10%. Furniture times 260 times 260,000. That should be 26. The investment allowance. Then we have partitioning. The partitioning figure was 341. We know that partitioning is also 10%. So times 10%, that should be 34. What do you call 34? 100. So these are the items that we need to less. So we can get the summation of items that we need to less, so that we get the adjusted taxable profit or a loss. So I have 75 plus 180 plus 180, then plus 352 plus 320 plus 34 plus 797, 241 plus 55, 364, then plus 54 plus 300,000 plus 26 plus 34, 100. So this gives us what we have as 2 million. So we have 2,227,705 as items that we need to less. So we have the adjusted, what we call the adjusted, Part A adjusted, taxable profit or loss for the business. Adjusted taxable profit or loss for the business. So we have a loss, a negative of a negative 2, a loss which is that is a negative. So that is negative 2,750,000 plus 4,014,505. So when you had that, then we less, again we less 2,227,705. So what do you have? Adjusted taxable loss of 963,200. That is adjusted taxable loss of 963,200. So when you adjust it, they got it, accountant got this, but as we adjust, we know that the loss was basically 963,200 using the principles of tax. Adjusting that, we have a figure of 963,200. So then we can proceed to the next part. We can proceed to the next part. The next part we've been told, allocation of profit or loss. So that is B. We can have that B here. What we call allocation of profit or loss. We stretch as we rotate the camera. We stretch as we rotate to have it on a clean slate. That is basically on this other end, to have it on a clean slate. We have it on the clean slate, but we can just have it on that end. We can just have it on this end. We know that this can be enough. So we have Waka, we have Baraka, we have Baraka, and then we have totals here, and then we have totals on that end. So what do we start with? We start with items that we need to add: interest on capital. So interest on capital, there was a 120 that we were able to divide. The 120 that we were able to divide, as we rotate that camera, we can look at where we did the division or working. That interest on capital was basically 75 for Waka, and Baraka was 45. So we get back and have 75 on this. We have 45 on this. So then now we have a figure of 120. And then we have a figure of 120. Then we have a figure of 120. So then we proceed to the next. Is there salaries to partners? There's no salaries to partners. Is there interest on drawing? There's no interest on drawing. Is there bonuses to partners? We do not have that. So we have a column here. We call it the share of profit. We hold it. Share of profit. We hold it. Share of profit stock loss. Stock the loss. Share of profit stock the loss. We have taxable, operating profit or loss for business. Taxable operating profit or loss for the business that we got from our working. That is basically 963,200. So we have that. So we look there keenly. So this one we call it A. We call this one B, sorry. This one we call B, and this one we call A. And sometimes for this particular question, we were simply basically having one item, that is the interest on capital. So how do you get the profit of share, which is C? C should be B minus A. So the taxable operating loss. So if you have a loss of 963, 200, and then you minus 120, you minus 120. So when you minus 120, we mean that there's a loss that needs to be shared. That loss is 1,083,200. How are they sharing it? As I do the working here, how are they sharing? I do the working here as the camera is being rotated. The ratio is still the same. Even that loss is supposed to be shared. So we have worker, and then we have Baraka. Worker is having 5/8, and the total loss, as we rotate that, the total loss is 1083,200. So how much loss goes to worker? Then Baraka is 3/8, 10,083,200. How much loss goes to that? So we get that. So times 5/8. So the loss that goes to worker, that should be 677. That should be 677. The loss that goes to Baraka, that is 10,083,200 times 3/8. So the loss that goes there, that should be 406. This should be 406,200. So we have that loss that basically goes to this. So this should be 677, 677, 677. Then we have 406, 406,200. So what is the taxable operating income that goes to worker? We remember, under partnership, we do not tax partnership, but you tax basically individuals that are in partnership, So 75, which is a positive, minus a loss that is 677. So what do we have? We have a loss that is 6, that should be 602. That should be 602. That is, and that we also have a loss. The loss is bigger than the positive value. So if we take 45, so the loss basically decreased to 361, 200. So add, we just say add other taxable investment income. We do not have those investment income. There's none. So then we just wrap this again. We get the total taxable. We wrap that to get the total taxable income. Total taxable income. So we have worker, Baraka, and then we have the total. The figure remains the same. So that is 602. That is a loss. That should be 361, 200, which is a loss. So the total loss we know is 963, 200. When that is added, 963, 200. So we cannot, in the first place, we cannot tax even these persons because they're making a law. They're making a loss. In the first place, we cannot tax partners. The partners, we say we do not tax partnership, but we tax individuals that are basically in partnership. That is how we basically tackle that question. That is question 4. But again, a point of essence, when you're doing these particular questions on calculation, remember it's the entries that count. So a student needs to be very careful and make majorities of entry. I always say that if you can make 75 to around 100% of the entries, you stand a better chance of doing very well in this calculation. And also just to encourage that these calculations are doable and that the perfect way is that students can basically score marks. That is how we basically sort that question 4, and that marks the end of the session that we have. See you in the next session.
Dear learner, welcome to the lesson today under the Manifested Publishers Learning Platform. And we are continuing with our human resource management subject. And we are looking at the lesson on reward management. And in reward management, we have an area on salary administration policy, which we are going to look at today. And when you look at a salary administration policy, it is a guideline that is used to determine, implement, and review salary levels and structures in an organization. So this is very critical because payment of salaries and rewards to workers need some format or some arrangement where decisions which are being made are made consistently in a transparent manner and can be verified. So a salary administration policy provides that guideline to be able to assist in the determination, implementation, and review of salary levels and structures in a structured way in a given entity. So in our lesson today, we are going to look at the importance of a salary administration policy. We will also look at components of a salary administration policy and the structure of a salary administration policy. So we will start with the importance of a salary administration policy. Importance of a salary administration policy. Salary administration policy. So why is we have seen that a salary administration policy is a guideline, and this guideline provides a direction in relation to determination, implementation, review, and looking at the levels of salaries in a given work environment. So when it comes to the importance, one of the reasons why a salary administration policy is important is to eliminate, so one, elimination of perceived salary inequalities. Elimination of perceived salary inequalities. Oftentimes, learner, workers have a feeling that maybe they are not being paid commensurate to their efforts. So when you have a guideline, then this guideline will eliminate this perception, and workers can be able to see what is their grade, where are they in the structure, how do they progress. So this becomes a guideline that can help in the elimination of the perception of salary inequalities among staff. Then secondly, it helps in the attraction, of talented workers. So when an organization has a structured salary arrangement or a policy, then prospective employees are able to look at this kind of a guideline, and if they have the wish to join that organization, this can be one of the reasons why those kind of employees can be attracted to that given work environment, so that they can be part of that kind of a workforce. Then number three, assists in the retention of employees in an organization. So employees who have their salaries determined, their salaries reviewed on the basis of a given policy or a given guideline, where individuals don't have to use their own maybe discretion, then such employees can be retained in a given organization to be able to perform their duties and be rewarded or compensated. Then there is the element of engagement levels engagement levels are higher among staff, amongst employees. So employees in an organization that has a salary administration policy, which guides in terms of, say, promotion, maybe lateral transfer, benefits and so on, those kind of employees will be engaged more in terms of their work because they know other issues, like, for example, reward management, are assorted by this particular salary administration policy. So the engagement levels of staff are likely to be high. Then there is also the element of compliance with the legal obligations, compliance with the legal obligations. For example, if an organization is supposed to comply with the minimum wage, minimum salary levels. So this kind of an organization will ensure that their policy is very clear. Whenever there is even an adjustment in terms of the legal thresholds, the policy of implementation of salary has to pay above, at the minimum or above the minimum salary level. So that gives the employees who are making decisions the implementation authority to ensure that compliance with legal obligations as far as salary is concerned is enshrined in terms of that particular policy. And when it also comes to, for example, statutory returns, they are made in accordance with the salary administration policy within that particular work environment. So that compliance, again, is one of the reasons why having a salary administration policy is important. Then there is the element of financial management assists in financial management, especially with labor-related costs. So salary administration policy will assist in the financial management, and in many organizations, the costs of payroll could take as much as, say, 45% of the organizational expenses. So you can see this can be quite high, and when you have a proper salary administration policy, it becomes very clear. Then number 7 helps the organization better negotiate with trade unions. So where an organization has a proper system in relation to administration of salary, then they are able to at least discuss with the union officials, discuss with trade unions, and be able to come to an understanding in relation to how reviews are supposed to be done. If there are any disputes and so on, they are able to negotiate based on the policy within a given organization. So those are some of the reasons why it is important for an organization to have a proper salary and administration policy in a given organization. Then we can have a look now at the components of a salary administration policy. Components of a salary administration policy. Components of a salary administration policy. So what are some of the aspects you expect to get, some of the contents you expect to see on a salary administration policy? So when it comes to a salary administration policy, some of the things that may be handled here may include: 1, basic pay; 2, house allowance; 3, traveling allowance. Then you have 4, overtime pay. Then you have 5, leave allowance, leave allowance. Then you have 6, tuition, tuition assistance. So some organizations, Lana, have a tuition assistance option where if workers are taking up some course, those workers could be assisted by the management to be able to pay for that particular tuition. And in some cases, there are also some generous employers who are basically able to assist the spouse and maybe the children of the employee. So those could be some of the things that are captured in terms of components of a salary administration policy. Then you have 7, promotion. Promotion. Then you have 8, transfer. Then you have 9, pension. Pension. Then you have 10, deductions. Deductions. So these deductions could, for example, be for trade union, or cooperative, or other checkoffs and so on. So these could be some of the things you expect to get on maybe a payroll in terms of the components. So basic pay, house allowance, traveling allowance, overtime pay, leave allowance, tuition assistance, promotion, transfer, pension, and maybe other retirement benefits, deductions, among others. So this could just be part of the things that may be addressed in relation to components on a salary administration policy. Now, for organizations that have a salary administration policy, they may have a document, and this document is what is referred to here, salary administration policy. So we want now to have a look at a structure of a salary administration policy. Structure of a salary administration policy. Salary administration policy. Structure of a salary administration policy. So the question is there one specific kind of a structure? The answer is no. Organizations may have different policies structured in certain ways, but some of the information that may be cross-cutting is what we want to have a look at, so that if you have a structure of a salary administration policy, or if you go to an organization, dear learner, or you work for an organization and you have now been told, prepare a salary administration policy. So what are some of the things that may be on that particular policy that you may want to include? So one, the name of the organization. So one, name of the organization. So that becomes at the top, or maybe this one can be a logo. So you may have a logo. So you have a logo showing that this is organization XYZ, this is the address and so on. So that will be at the top. Then number 2, you may have the title of the policy. So an organization may now structure it according to their needs, and that title could, for example, be salary administration policy. Another organization may have the title as wage and salary administration policy. So depending on the title that is selected, the title will indicate there. Then number 3, scope of the policy. Scope of the policy. So in some organizations, they may say the scope of this policy covers administrative and management positions, or this policy covers lower level and middle level positions, for example. So the scope of the policy has to be indicated. And then number 4, administration of the policy. So it has to be indicated who is administering the policy, who is administering that particular policy. So maybe it may indicate that this policy will be administered by the Human Resource Department or Human Resource Section. So administration of the policy has to be indicated so that if there are questions, those questions are directed to that particular department or section. Then description of the jobs are covered. So in this description, it may indicate that the jobs which are covered here could be human resource jobs, marketing jobs, and so on. So the description could be included. Then number 6, grades or scales for jobs. That should also be indicated. And then there are those particular specific items now that will be covered in relation to that particular policy. For example, 7, entry into maybe jobs or grades. So that should be indicated. For example, if an employee is being recruited for the first time, what is the policy in terms of where this particular employee is supposed to enter? Then number 8, promotion, progression. So the policy has to provide, remember we said it's supposed to be a guideline. So the policy has to provide a guideline. When an employee is promoted from a position to the other one, what happens in terms of the progression? How do they enter into maybe the next scale? So that must also be provided as a guideline. Then number 9, transfer. So if an employee is being transferred, what should be the policy? You are being transferred from Nairobi, for example, to Mombasa, from Mombasa to Kisumu, from Eldoret to Nakuru. So if that transfer is taking place, in relation to salary, what happens? In some organizations, including government, for example, what happens is this: if it is the employer who is transferring you in terms of public service, the employee is transferred, yes, but that employee is given 2 months equivalent of salary in the month of transfer if the transfer has been effected by the employer. So that has to be provided for in terms of the salary administration. So if, let's say, the administrator of this policy is HR, on that month when an employee is transferred, if their salary is 35,000, then for that month they multiply this, they multiply that by 2 and pay that employee 70,000, and they refer to the policy that the policy provides. If an employee is being transferred, the salary is paid double and so on. Then there are also issues of number 10, acting in position. So if an employee acts in a position for a given duration of time, so when that employee is acting and they are also performing their own work, for example, so what happens? That must be provided for in terms of the salary and so on. Then number 11, there is the issue of maybe incentives and bonus. So if incentives are supposed to be provided, this particular structure policy, this particular salary and administration policy must provide in terms of the incentive and bonus who is entitled to these particular incentives and bonus and what is supposed to be the formula to be used. So that is also important to ensure that workers don't complain. Then you also have issues of basic pay. That must also be indicated that if the basic pay is supposed to be paid, when is it supposed to be paid, when is it supposed to stop in terms of, let's say, when the worker is retirement and so on, retiring. Then you have issues to do with pension and benefits. So that again must be provided for in terms of this particular salary and administration of wages, for example. So when it comes to pension, if it is contributory pension, deductions have to be done. For example, if it's non-contributory, that information has to be provided for. Okay. Then when it comes to issues like now retirement, that must also be provided. There are also issues to do with the leave, and this leave can be in many ways. You can have, for example, annual leave. You may have, for example, leave of absence. Leave of absence. When an employee is on leave of absence, what happens? Do they get paid? If they are on annual leave, what happens? Do they get a leave allowance, or do they get their full maybe gross salary and so on? So this could be some of the things that could be found on a salary, on the structure of a salary and administration policy. And in addition to this, the structure of a salary must also have maybe authorizing officer, and in most cases, in many organizations, that is the CEO, and then this must be dated. Okay, so that particular policy must have the authorizing officer, who could be, for example, the CEO, and that CEO has to sign that particular document and date it, and maybe indicate when will that particular, for example, policy be reviewed. So that is as far as the structure of a salary administration policy is concerned. This could be some of the things that could be contained there, including now these other components we have also mentioned here. So dear learner, in our lesson today, we have looked at salary administration policy, and we have indicated that a salary administration policy is a guideline that is used to determine, implement, and review salary levels and structures in an organization. And we indicated that we would look at 3 areas, which is importance of a salary administration policy, components of a salary administration policy, structure of a salary administration policy. And under importance of a salary administration policy, we have said, number 1, it helps in the elimination of perception of salary inequalities. Number 2, helps in the attraction of talented workers. Number 3, assists in the retention of employees in an organization. Number 4, enhances engagement levels of employees. Number 5, assists in legal compliance, for example, minimum wage or salary. Number 6, assists in financial management, especially relating to labor issues. Number 7, helps the organization to better negotiate with trade unions. So, learner, those ones are just some of the reasons why a salary administration policy in an organization is important. Then we went ahead and looked at the components of a salary administration policy, or the contents. Now, a salary administration policy should capture basic pay, number 1. Number 2, house allowance. Number 3, traveling allowance. Number 4, overtime pay. Number 5, traveling allowance, leave allowance. Number 6, training assistance or tuition assistance. Number 7, promotion. Number 8, transfer. Number 9, pension. And number 10, deduction. So, learner, again, these ones are some of the components. The organization doesn't have to have all of them. An organization may capture the ones which are relevant to their needs. So the components of a salary administration policy, we have said that you may have a chance to be able to maybe formulate a policy. So this is just a guideline, and this is what you may find in one organization. There are also things that might not be covered here that could also be captured on the salary administration policy for a given organization. Then we went ahead, learner, and looked at the structure of a salary administration policy. So how can it be structured? Then we said, number 1, it needs to have the name of an organization, and if possible, the logo, the title of the policy, which captures the specifics of that particular organization, the scope of the policy, number 2, number 3, number 4, administration of the policy, where is it hosted, number 5, description of the jobs that are covered, number 6, grades or scales for jobs, number 7, entry into jobs or grades, number 8, promotion progression, number 9, transfer, number 10, acting in position. So if an employee is acting in a given position, what should be the payment like? Number 11, incentives and bonus. Number 12, basic pay. 13 pension and benefits, 14 retirement, 15 leave, which may, for example, be annual leave, leave of absence. In some organizations, there are also other types of leaves like study leave. Then you have authorizing officer, who is the CEO, dates that particular policy, signs and indicates when that particular policy will be, for example, reviewed. So Lana, we have looked at salary administration policy under reward management in our lesson today. And before we finish, I want to leave you with an assignment. And your assignment for today, dear learner, your assignment is discuss the benefits that may be enjoyed. Discuss the benefits that may be enjoyed by an organization that formulates and implements a salary administration policy. So Lana, this is your assignment. Discuss the benefits that may be enjoyed by an organization that formulates and implements a salary administration policy. So that's your assignment that you need to work on to be able to entrench the knowledge that we have gotten today, and also enhance your skill in the area of salary administration in our topic that we have looked at today, which is human resource management, and in the practice of human resource management. So thank you. Welcome, learner, to our human resource management subject under the Manifested Publishers learning platform. And today we are continuing with our reward management topic. And in our lesson today, we are going to look at team rewards. And when it comes to the work environment, workers may be rewarded in various ways. And this team approach envisages a situation where the rewards are not given to an individual, but they are focused to the team. So when it comes to team rewards refer to any incentives that are provided to a work team. So the cross-cutting issue is the work team, or at least one member, or at least one of its individual members, and this is a member of the team. So basically, the way the word suggests, team rewards is basically focusing to motivate a team. So team-based rewards, learners, refer to any incentives that are provided to a work team, or at least one of its individual team members. So we are going to look at categories of team-based rewards. We are going to have a look at benefits of team rewards and challenges of team rewards. Now, categories of team rewards. So there could be various categories, and we can look at 7 categories of team-based rewards. Now, the first category is what is referred to here as team gain sharing or profit sharing. Team gain sharing or profit sharing. The second one is team goal-based rewards. This third category is team discretionary rewards. Fourth is team skill rewards. Then fifth is team member skill rewards. 6, team member goal-based rewards. And 7, team member merit rewards. So when it comes to the first one, here, this one focuses on organizational outcomes. So a group could be told you are the marketing department and we are focusing at a market share of, let's say, maybe 8% of a given market share. Maybe the organization is at 5% and it's told we want to capture 8% of that market share. So that then provides that if the 3% is achieved by that particular team department based on the overall organizational performance, then the rewards now will be provided on that basis. Then when it comes to the team goal-based rewards, so in the team-based goal rewards, a goal is set, and that goal is focused at a particular department, let us say production department. So that production department is informed. If you are able to tap into your team spirit and be able to produce a given number of items, then once that is reached, then the reward will be based on the team in terms of the effort. Then team discretionary rewards, this could, for example, be given based on an aspect. Let us take an example, customer satisfaction. So if you go to some organizations, you'll find they have put some balls there. You pick a ball here, you put here. Then based on that, a particular team is rated, and if that team is found to be maybe successful based on customer satisfaction feedback, then that particular team is rewarded. So that if you go to some organizations, you'll see they have even some kind of a trophy, which they say for this particular month, the team that is carrying the trophy is maybe customer service, for example, department, and so on. Then when it comes to the team skill, this is achievement of skill level. So if a member of a team, if a particular team, for example, achieves a particular level, this one can, for example, be in the area of leadership. So that team skill reward now goes to that particular leader of that particular team. So that now that team is said to have provided leadership in relation to that aspect. Then team member skill rewards, here is where an individual member, maybe let's say innovation, an individual member of a given department has done some innovation. So because this member is in this team, then that reward comes to the team member, and that particular team is the one that is now provided at least one of its members is rewarded, so that it is looked at now as a team reward, but the member has come from that particular individual team. And then you have what you call team goal-based rewards. So here targets may be fixed again, but these targets now will be based on member goals in that particular setting. For example, if it's in banking, you may have maybe a particular duration of time where you are talking about opening bank accounts. Then if a team member achieves that particular goal for having the highest number of bank accounts, then that team member is the one who is rewarded in terms of that particular team, and some of the benefit goes to the team also. Then team member merit awards, this one could be in a rating process, and this one can be used maybe in terms of a team, or supervisors may be used to be able to provide maybe those who have now gotten the merit, so that the rewards are based on merit. So this could be categories of team-based rewards which organizations can use in various formats to be able to achieve their rewards. And basically these rewards, as we have indicated, these rewards could be intrinsic or extrinsic rewards, inherent in the job or related to the job. So that is in relation to categories of team-based rewards. Now, what are some of the benefits of team rewards? Benefits of team rewards. Benefits of team rewards. What are some of the benefits of team rewards? So the way the word suggests that the rewards are focused on the team. So if they are properly formulated, then what the team rewards do, one, they enhance collaboration and team effort. Collaboration and team effort. So members in a team collaborate because if the achievement comes, it comes to the entire team. So enhance collaboration and team effort. Then 2, leads to higher productivity. So basically, if the team wins, it means the organization has won. Let us take an example. We have just talked about opening of bank accounts. So if it is in a banking and a team maybe opens 2,000 accounts, another team opens maybe 1,000 accounts, another one 800 and so on. Because of that team effort, you can see these ones are 3,800 bank accounts. So this productivity can be enhanced and then the rewards can go to the respective teams. Then 3, helps in attracting ambitious, helps in attracting ambitious employees. So if you have an organization that is having team rewards, then those employees who have ambition can be able to come to these kind of organizations because they are propelled by teams. Then number 4, encourages average employees to work smart. So if you have average employees and they are in a team, they may have to be required to step up in order to catch up with their colleagues, and that one is one of the aspect of team rewards. Then 5, motivation is focused on teams. So teamwork here wins on teams. And then number 6, assists in retention of employees. Number 7, increases the level of employee engagement. So workers will be retained in this organization because these rewards normally work for a duration of time, maybe 6 months, 1 year. Then it increases the level of employee engagement. So workers will be more committed and so on. And then number 9, presents positive corporate image. And then number 10, employees require less supervision. And then number 11, workers can be involved in decision making, especially on performance targets, and goal setting. And then number 12, enhances the synergy in an organization. So, dear learner, these ones are just some of the benefits that may be associated with the process of team rewards or team incentives. These ones are some of the processes: increasing level of employee engagement, presentation of a positive corporate image, employees require less supervision, workers can be involved in decision making, especially when it comes to goal setting, and enhances the synergy in relation to optimum utilization of resources. So these are, dear learners, some of the benefits that may be associated with team rewards. Now, how about challenges? Challenges of team rewards. Challenges of team rewards. Challenges of team rewards. Challenges of team rewards. In the process of using team rewards, organizations may encounter certain challenges. So what are some of these challenges that we need to be aware of, so that when we are using team rewards, we can be able to avoid them for maximum benefit from team rewards? So one, performing employees. Performing employees may feel that they are not individually appreciated. Then number two, average employees may gain from group or team rewards. Team rewards with less input. Then number three, may be expensive in the long run. So if you are going to have 1,000 workers, for example, being motivated, then that may create a problem. And then there may also arise conflicts. There may arise conflicts in sharing team rewards. And then number five, may inhibit personal initiative. May inhibit personal initiative. So what happens here, dear learner, if an employee is creative, if an employee is outgoing, that employee may, for example, inhibit their personal initiative, because whatever comes in goes to the team. Then number six, high caliber or talented employees may leave an organization. So basically, talented employees may not be comfortable with benefiting as a team. They want to benefit as an individual, so they may feel disoriented. They may leave an organization as a result of this. So however, these are some of the challenges, but these challenges can be controlled so that an organization can benefit from those benefits that come with the team rewards in an organization. So learner, in our lesson today, we have looked at team rewards, where we have indicated that team-based rewards refer to any incentives that are provided to a work team or at least one of its team members. And we said we would look at categories of team-based rewards, benefits of team rewards, challenges of team rewards, and we went ahead and looked at categories of team rewards, where we have looked at team gain sharing, or what is called profit sharing, as category number one. And these ones are organization-wide outcomes. We have looked at team goal-based rewards, number two. Number three, we have looked at team discretionary rewards. Number three, team discretionary rewards. Number four, team skill rewards, which can also be used within an organization. Number 5, team member skill rewards. Number 6, team member goal-based rewards, which are targeting a specific team based on goals that have been, for example, agreed. Then number 7, team member merit rewards based on meritorious teams. Then we went ahead, Lana, and we looked at benefits that may be associated with team rewards in an organization. And we indicated that 1, team rewards can enhance collaboration and team effort in a given organization. We also indicated that number 2, team rewards can lead to higher productivity. Number 3, team rewards help in attracting ambitious employees. Number 4, team rewards encourage average employees to work smart. Point number 5, team rewards help in motivating and focusing teams. Then number 6, team rewards assist in retention of employees in an organization. Number 7, team rewards increase the level of employee engagement. Number 9, team rewards present a positive corporate image of an organization. Number 10, team rewards make employees to seek less supervision because they are self-supervising. Number 11, team rewards make workers be involved in decision making, especially in goal setting and performance targets. Number 12, we indicated that team rewards enhance the synergy that can be tapped in any given organization. So Lana, we also went ahead and looked at what are some of the challenges that may be associated with team rewards. And we discussed and indicated that 1, performing employees may feel that they are not individually appreciated. Number 2, average employees may gain from team rewards with less input from their side. Number 3, team rewards may also be expensive in the long run, especially where you have large teams. Number 4, team rewards may be a challenge because there could arise a conflict. How do you share what has now come to the team? Number 5, another challenge is that it may inhibit personal initiative. And number 6, which is another challenge, high caliber or talented employees may leave an organization, especially if they have that perception that they are not being appreciated. So Lana, your assignment for today, which you need to work on, assess the categories of team rewards. Assess the categories of team rewards. So this is your assignment, and I want to take this opportunity to thank you for being attentive and participating in our lesson today, which was on team rewards as a lesson under reward management in our human resource management subject under the Manifested Publishers Learning Platform. Thank you. Dear Lana, welcome to our continuing lessons in human resource management on the platform of Manifested Publishers e-platform. Today we are going to look at the subtopic of human resource administration. So the subject is human resource management, and the topic that we are going to look at today in human resource management is human resource administration. And this topic of human resource administration has several subtopics. We are going to get an opportunity to look at employee contracts, which are very crucial in human resource management. We are also going to look at human resource records management. We will also look at human resource management information systems, employee welfare services. Then we'll also look at health, safety, policies, and procedures. Then we will also look at basics of payroll management, and ultimately we will be able to have a look at employee discipline. So our subtopic today is employee contracts. Employee contracts. So Lana, welcome to the lesson. So what we need to appreciate as students and those interested in human resource management is that employee contracts, like in any other engagement, are very critical and central in terms of the agreement between the employer and employee. And when it comes to employee contracts, these ones are agreements that may be entered into orally or in written between an employer and an employee in relation to terms of service. So employee contracts refer to agreements that are entered into between an employer and an employee regarding a service of employment. Employee contracts may be oral or in writing. So dear learner, it is important to appreciate that employee contracts refer to agreements that are entered into between an employer and an employee regarding service of employment, and employee contracts may be oral or may be in writing. Now, the burden of ensuring that the employee contract is in writing, according to the law, is placed on the employer. So as a human resource practitioner, you will be expected to ensure that regardless of where you are as an employee or an employer or representing an employer, employee contracts are entered into. So what are some of the basic information in contracts of employment? Basic information in contracts of employment. Basic information in contracts of employment. So it is important, learner, that a contract of employment captures some basic information, and this basic information is what can be used to enforce a contract of employment in cases of a dispute between an employer and an employee. So the first thing that should be there: names of employer and employee. Names of the employer and employee. This is very important, so that this identifies that this contract is between employee A and organization B. That is very important, that must be captured. Then there is the element of the job title. So if, for example, the employee is being employed as an office administrator or as a company secretary, then that one should be indicated, that this is the name of the employee, and the job title for which this employee is being employed is, for example, company secretary, is, for example, human resource manager, for that matter. Then duties and responsibilities. You may have location of work. Then you also have duties and responsibilities. duties and responsibilities of that given employee. Then you may have terms and conditions of employment. And then you may also have number 6, the date when the contract is signed. The date when the contract is signed. 7, the commencement date. Date of the contract. You may also have an indication of the law that may prevail or be used in case of a dispute. Like, for example, if this is in the Kenyan situation, then the Employment Act 2007 may be used. Then 9, the working hours. Of the employee. Then you have number 10, the privileges and benefits. Then you have 11, leave entitlements. Then you have number 12, termination requirements. For example, notice, pay in lieu of notice. And then number 13, union representation. Now, dear learner, when it comes to the basic information, this will vary from position to position, but these are some of the aspects that need to be covered. And when you talk about the name of the employer and the employee, we have discussed that. The title, we have said, for example, the employee could be a company secretary, or human resource manager. So that has to be indicated. Then the location of work, maybe this particular person, the work, maybe the person is based in Nakuru or Nairobi. So that has to be indicated. Then duties and responsibilities that this particular individual may be doing. Then here there will be specifics. For example, if it's the company secretary in charge of the company secretarial duties in that particular organization, if it is a human resource manager, then it could be, for example, recruitment, training, reward management. Then when it comes to terms and conditions, now the terms and conditions will indicate, for example, is this particular individual entitled to, let's say, a car or maybe a house or reimbursement or to authorize certain things and so on. Then the date when the contract is signed, that is very critical. Commencement date of the contract, the law that may be used, and we have said here, for example, in Kenya, for example, Employment Act 2007 could be the law, the main law that may be used if this particular, for example, contract is in the Kenyan situation. Then you have the working hours. Maybe this employee is supposed to have maybe a 40-week work, or maybe the employee is supposed to have 8 hours per day for 5 days. And this could, for example, be indicated that this is from Monday to Friday. So then that becomes very clear that these are the working hours of this particular employee and so on. Then you have privileges and benefits. For example, If this employee has to travel, maybe air travel, you may say the employee is entitled maybe to business class or economy class, for example. So that has to be indicated for purposes of administration of this particular contract. Then you have leave entitlements. So this particular person could, for example, have 30 days annual leave, for example, per year. Then you have termination requirements in terms of notice, maybe 1 month notice, 2 weeks notice, pay in lieu of notice if the person has to leave, union representation. And in the union representation, this is where applicable. Some of the employees may not be unionizable. So these are just some of the basic aspects that should be captured in a contract of employment. There are also other aspects that are also critical. For example, an employee may be in terms of maternity leave, or paternity leave, that is also important. Then you also have what you call public holidays. That is also important to be indicated. Then you also have allowances that may be specific to this particular job and so on. Then you also have confidentiality clauses. For example, in some organizations, an employee may be informed that the employee will not be able to participate in the kind of business the employer is doing until, say, after 2 years. So that then becomes a confidentiality clause that the employee is supposed to participate in and so on. So, dear learner, these are just some. We can go through them again. We have indicated that employee contracts refer to the agreements that are entered into between an employer and an employee regarding a service of employment, and these employment contracts can be oral or can be in writing. Now, what are some of the basic aspects that should be covered in a contract of employment? So one, we have indicated names of employer and employee is important. Then the job title, for example, company secretary or human resource manager. Then the location of work where the employee will be performing their work, for example, Nakuru, Nairobi, and so on should be specified. Then duties and responsibilities should be specified. Specifics should be provided. Then terms and conditions of employment under which that employee is operating must also be provided. Then the date when the contract is signed, that is important. Then the commencement date of the contract. Then the law that may be used or may prevail in cases of disputes. And we have said in Kenya, the employment contract is governed mainly under the Employment Act 2007. Then the working hours of the employee, for example, 40 hours per week or 8 hours per day for 5 days from Monday to Friday, that should also be indicated. Then privileges and benefits, for example, air travel. Will the employee travel business class or economy class? Leave entitlements. The contract must be very clear that this particular employee is entitled to 30 days, maybe in a calendar year. Then there is the element of termination requirements, for example, notice, pay in lieu of notice, that should also be provided. Union representation, where applicable, should be indicated. Maternity leave, if the employee is entitled, for example, to 90 days maternity leave and maybe 14 days, maybe paternity leave, that should also be indicated. The public holidays should be indicated that in any given one calendar year, this particular employee is able to enjoy the public holidays, then allowances due, then confidentiality clauses. And what we are saying, dear learner, these ones are just some of the aspects. There are others, for example, How will sickness be handled? And this one brings us to what is called sick leave. Sick leave. It is important that it is indicated if an employee falls sick, maybe the first, say, 30 days, the employee will be on sick leave, maybe with full pay. That is important. Maybe the next 30 days, employee will be on sick leave, maybe with half pay. So that should come out very clearly in the contract of employment. So confidentiality clauses, sickness, terms of sick leave, and also aspects like grievance handling procedure, and other aspects like now intellectual property. Intellectual property. So when it comes to aspects like intellectual property, some workers may come up with some inventions. So if an employee comes up with an invention, how will that be handled? It's very important. The grievance handling procedure should also be documented very well. So Lana, these are some of the aspects that should be brought out very clearly, and failure to bring out these aspects in the employment contract sometimes has created a lot of challenges. So we have come to the end of our lesson today, and before we finish, I need to give you an assignment which you need to work on. Assignment. And your assignment is assess the basic information that should be contained in a contract of employment. So dear learner, this is your assignment for today's lesson. Assess the basic information that should be contained in a contract of employment. So until we meet for the next lesson, I want to thank you for being active in our lesson today, which was employee contracts, a lesson on employee contracts, which is a subtopic in our human resource management administration unit under the human resource management subject of the certified secretaries. So thank you very much. Welcome, learner, to our lesson today. We are continuing with our human resource management subject under the manifested publishers e-learning platform. And today we are looking at the human resource administration topic under the human resource management subject, and we are dealing today with human resource records management, which is a very critical topic and lesson because it is going to give you the exposure into the kinds of records that are managed in an organization with a bias in human resource management. And when it comes to human resource records management, human resource records management process involves the creation, the use, the storage, and retrieval. So 4 very crucial things: creation, use, storage, retrieval of records that relate to human resource activities in an organization. So there are various human resource activities, as we shall be seeing the uses of these records. Now, these records are crucial in decision making, legal compliance, and efficient running of an organization. Human resource records can be maintained in 2 formats. You have the manual and electronic forms. So, dear learner, looking at these meaning of human resource records management, then it comes out very clearly that whenever documents are created, for example, an employee file is opened, now that employee file will be used maybe to assign a number, to deploy that employee, and whatever communication that goes in relation to that employee is put in that particular form. Then when a decision is not being made, that particular record is supposed to be stored and can be retrieved at a future date to be able to at least assist in decision making as far as human resource management activities in an organization are concerned. And if proper decisions have to be made regarding workers, then it is also important that an organization maintains an efficient system of human resource records. So to be able to realize the objectives of this particular unit, we are going to start with the types of human resource records. Types of human resource records. Types of human resource records. So what are the various types of human resource records that may be in an organization? So the first one are personal records. Personal records. Personal records. And when you talk about personal records, these are the records that will now have the name of an employee, the name of employee. You may have also identification details. You may also have details, copies of certificates, issues to do with nationality, among others. So when it comes to personal records, then some of the personal records you may have may relate to these aspects. Then secondly, you may have what you're calling employment records. Employment records. Now, these employment records may involve or may include letters of appointment, letters of deployment, among others. So what you're saying here, when it comes to the employment records, when was this particular employee, for example, commence their job, where have they been deployed, which duties have they, for example, undertaken? So employment records will capture this particular kind of information. Then you also have wage and salary records. Wage and salary records. And when it comes to wage and salary records, some organizations have what you call a pay change advice. Pay change advice, or what they popularly call PCA. So this PCA is the one that will provide the wage and salary records of this particular employee at which level, for example, entry point and progression. These wage and salary records will indicate this is the entry point of this particular employee. After 1 year, the employee will move up to this particular position. The employee will progress maybe for the next 2 to 3 years, then move on to another grade. So wage and salary records are important for proper decision making as far as the employee's salary and benefits are concerned. Then you may also have what you call training records. Now, these training records may indicate, they may capture training, whether on the job, or off the job, that the employee has done. For example, an employee has gone for a 2-week training, 3-week training, has been able to go through particular maybe institutions within the organization or outside and so on. So that again becomes very critical. Then you also have what you call leave records. Leave records. So these may pertain to, for example, annual leave. Annual leave. So as we have indicated previously, this employee could be entitled to say 30 days in a calendar year. So the employee could have, for example, enjoyed 10 days. So the leave records that are going to be maintained, whether electronically or manually, may indicate that this particular employee has enjoyed from the 30 days, has enjoyed 10 days, and the leave balance is 20 days. And as we have indicated, the essence of human resource records is to advise or maybe assist an organization advise in decision making. So once an employee requires maybe another 10 days, then this leave record is retrieved. You look at the leave particular record and so on. And once you look at this leave record, it is possible to say if the employee wants another, say, 10 days, then the employee can be entitled to those days subject to approval of the supervisor to be able to proceed on the remaining leave days. Then you may also have what you call occupational accident records. Occupational accidents records. So according to the Occupational Safety and Health Act, it is important that within the human resource department or within the organization, records are captured in relation to workplace accidents, or what you call near misses. If there were some mishaps, and then according to the law, this is supposed to be captured. So you may also have what you call occupational accident records, which indicate that these are the accidents that have taken place within a given organization or maybe within a given duration of time. You may also have what you call promotion records. Now, promotion records, these now kind of records will indicate progression of employees, So this will indicate this particular employee joined this particular organization during, say, the year 2000. By the year 2006, had moved to this particular position. By the year 2008, had moved to a different position. Or it may also indicate that this kind of an employee or this category of employees have never been promoted for the last, let's say, 20 years. So that again can help in decision making. Then number 8, you may also have what you call statutory compliance records. Now, statutory compliance records, for example, when it comes to the payroll, it is a requirement that organizations maintain a copy of the payroll in an organization permanently. So you would expect within the human resource department or registry, you have statutory requirement records on the payroll. You may also have on taxation and other returns. Taxation and other statutory returns. So these records may be captured, may be stored as a result of the compliance required in any given organization. And Lana, it is also important to note that when it comes to working environment, attendance is very key. Attendance records. Now, when it comes to decision making, for example, issues relating to pay, employees are paid maybe in terms of time worked. And what some organizations have done, you may have manual registers Or other organizations have moved to what you call biometrics, where the attendance of employees is captured by electronic means, and hence the issue of attendance records that capture the attendance of employees to ensure that when decisions are supposed to be made regarding employees, then that becomes possible. So this could also be some of the records. You may also have benefits register, benefits register or records. Now, what you notice, dear learner, some organizations may, for example, provide housing or transport for employees. So you may have the benefits records indicating if the organization has, for example, 200 houses where they have housed their employees, then you may have a benefits record that says, for the purpose of housing, the following 200 houses have been allocated to our employees, and these are the employees who are staying in those particular houses, as a record to be able to now know and manage or make decisions when it comes to reallocation, among other issues, for purposes of fairness and so on. So these are just some of the types of records that may be maintained in regarding human resources. They may be maintained manually or electronically. So what is the purpose? We have looked at the types of records, but the question then is, what is the purpose of human resource records? Purpose of human resource records. Why maintain human resource records? The purpose of human resource records. So there may be different reasons why an organization may maintain records. So one of them, like we have just indicated, you may have personal records. Okay, so these personal records, one, to provide crucial information about employees. Crucial information about employees. Now, what do you mean by this? What you mean by this is, you have employed an employee in an organization, and this employee has given you their names, their identification details, and so on. So supposing, for one reason or the other, the employee is not there, then it means you are able to use this information maybe to contact the next of kin of this particular employee. Then you also have promotion decisions. You want to make a fair decision in terms of promotion. So if you have proper records, then you can see if you are using seniority, for example, you are able to check and say, if you are using the seniority principle of promotion, then you are now saying, if you have 6 employees in a section, and one employee has worked for 10 years, another one 12 years, another one 15 years, then it is possible you can be able to use the criteria of seniority and say, the one who has been there for the longest period of time, if that person is capable and willing, could be promoted. So for promotion decision purposes, that could be one of the reasons why an organization maintains records. Then we have also indicated statutory obligations. Now, as you will notice, you may have inspectors, maybe from Ministry of Labor, or Kenya Revenue Authority, for example. They may come to an organization and they want to know, now this organization that is employing workers, have they complied with the Ministry of Labor obligations, Kenya Revenue obligations on taxation? So for purposes of statutory obligations, then it is important that these particular human resource records are maintained in that particular information. Then also, these records can be the basis of research. Let us take an example an organization wants to conduct, for example, something to do with a salary survey. So this salary survey can now be based on the documents that have been kept in the human resource department to be able to at least find out, for example, for a given period of stretch of time, what were the salary ranges, what were the salary rates, and so on. So as a basis of research, that one can also be useful. Then there is also the issue of determination of employee training needs, or sometimes what you call development needs. So when you look at the records that an organization may be having, you may be able to determine the training needs of employees from these particular records. Then you may also want to look at investigation of occupational accidents. Investigation of occupational accidents. So if you have records that have been maintained, and these records focus on the near misses, the accidents in that particular kind of an organization, then investigation of occupational accidents can also be one of the uses or the purposes for which an organization is able to maintain and use these particular records within a given setting. Then when it comes to issues like the actual uses, we want now to focus on there's the purpose and the actual uses of human resource records. So the uses of human resource records. So how do you use, or what uses can an organization subject the human resource records to? So we want to mention some of the specific areas. So one of the areas could be in the area of human resource planning. Human resource planning. An organization may, for example, want to know when it comes to the supply of labor. You have supply of labor, you have demand of labor. So what is the supply like? What is the demand like? So based on these, then an organization can be able to use this information to be able to determine the number of employees that that particular organization may want. Then there is the element of formulation of human resource policies. Human resource policies. So when an organization wants to formulate human resource policies, it can also be able to use the records that they have. And then there is the issue of designing training and development programs. Designing, training, and development programs. That could also be one area where human resource records can also be used. There is also the issue of preparation of job analysis, which can now give you what you call job descriptions and job specifications. Then there is also the element of deployment of staff. There is also the issue of 6, determination of maybe personal protective equipments. Personal protective equipment, you call them PPE requirements. So based on the information that you may have, then it is possible you can now determine and say, if you are looking for maybe the kind of PPEs or protective equipment you want to give workers, then you can be able to use the records that you have within that particular organization. There is also the issue of determination Number 7, determination of wage levels, wage and salary levels. So, dear learner, there could be many reasons or there could be many uses of human resource records, why organizations keep these particular records. So we can be able to run through again very quickly in terms of what we have done in our lesson today. And in our lesson, dear learner, we are continuing with our lectures in the area of human resource management. And today, in the lesson, we were focusing on human resource records management, where we have looked at the process of human resource records management to be a process that involves the creation, involves the use, the storage, and retrieval of records that relate to human resource activities in an organization. And we have indicated that these records are very crucial in decision-making, legal compliance, and efficient running of an organization. We have gone further and indicated, dear learner, that human resource records can be maintained through the manual platform or through an electronic form, or some organizations may have both of them. Then we have looked at 3 aspects here. We have looked at the types of human resource records. We have looked at the purpose, types of human resource records. We have looked at the purpose of human resource records, and we have also looked at the uses of human resource records. And when it came to the types of human resource records, we have indicated that some of the records that may be kept in an organization or maintained in an organization may include personal records, where we have indicated that these personal records may capture the name of an employee, the identification details of an employee, copies of certificates of an employee, the nationality of an employee, depending on the requirements of a given organization. Then we have, dear learner, indicated that employment records, number 2, can also be maintained. And in terms of the employment records, letters of appointment, appointing that employee, letters of deployment, even letters of acceptance, indicating that this particular employee was offered that particular job and that employee accepted that particular job. Those ones are captured under employment records. Then you also have what we are calling wage and salary records. And here we have indicated, dear learner, that when it comes to wage and salary records, you may have what some organizations call pay change advice, or what you call a PCA. And what this PCA indicates is that it gives the authority, it is prepared and then it is authorized to give the authority of paying that particular employee from a given period of time a particular level of payment, indicating the entry and progression. Then you also have what you call the training records. And these training records may capture the kind of training that employee has gone through, either on the job or off the job. Then number 5, we have talked about leave records, and these leave records may capture the annual leave an employee is entitled to, maybe 30 days. And if an employee in a calendar year has enjoyed 10 days, we have indicated a decision can be looked at when you look at these particular records and see at any one given time the employee has 20 days. So when it comes to efficient decision making, when this employee wants to access the remaining days, proper decisions can be arrived at. Then number 6, we have looked at occupational accident records. And organizations are expected by law, as we have indicated, according to the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 2007, to maintain records of workplace accidents and even near misses. So an organization may also maintain occupational accident records. Number 7, we have talked about promotion records. These ones indicate the progression of employees in terms of their career and so on. Number 8, we have talked about statutory compliance records, which may capture the payroll in a given organization, the taxation benefit returns, and other returns that an organization makes, so that an organization complies with the law in relation to the records that they are supposed to maintain, like the payroll. Then when it comes to attendance records, we have indicated that organizations may have manual or biometric methods of capturing attendance. And where these kind of time records are maintained, then those attendance records are crucial in making decisions regarding employee pay. Then we have also talked about number 10, benefits records. And these ones could, for example, be able to provide details where an organization is offering housing or vehicles that can also be captured under what you call benefits that are due to employees, as the case might be. Then we have gone further, dear learner, and looked at the purpose. So why? The purpose of human resource records. And we have indicated that there are various reasons or various the purpose that may drive an organization. We have said one, human resource records are meant to provide crucial information about employees. We have just indicated an employee could provide information about next of kin. So in case of an issue, that next of kin can be contacted. Then number 2, promotion decisions for purposes of fairness, proper records have to be maintained in terms of employee service. Then statutory obligations, we have indicated issues to do with the Ministry of Labor, Kenya Revenue Authority. Then number 4, the basis of research. And organizations may want to conduct research to find out, for example, what is a salary level or a salary survey. So once these records are kept well, these can be used for purposes of determining the salary levels. Then there is the element of determination of employee training needs, number 5, and number 6, investigation of occupational accidents. So dear learner, you are seeing these ones are very delicate areas where if an organization is not very careful, you can end up with a lot of problems, even maybe from government or from workers. Hence the importance of proper maintenance of human resource records. And we have moved on again, dear learner, to find out what are some of the specific uses of human resource records. And we have indicated, number 1, that when it comes to the uses of human resource records, an organization may use human resource records in the area of human resource planning. And how does that take place? An organization may be able to determine the supply of labor, the demand of labor, and then based on the findings, be able to make some decisions. Then number 2, human resource records can also be used for formulation of human resource policies. Human resource records, number 3, can be used for the designing of training and development programs. So, dear learner, we have continued and said that number 4, human resource records can be used in the area of preparation of job analysis, and job analysis will give you 2 things, job descriptions and job specifications. And number 5, human resource management records or human resource records will give you the aspect of deployment of staff. You are able to know if in one area you have this number of staff, who can you deploy to be able to meet the staff needs. Number 6, determination of personal protective equipment requirements that may be needed. If you have 100 workers and you need gloves, for example, you may be able to calculate that if these are the number of workers and this is what they need in a given period of time, that can help you. And then also the determination of wage and salary levels. And even when it comes to discussion with, say, union officials or maybe unions, that can also be one area where human resource records can be able to be utilized. So your assignment today, dear learner, your assignment for today, assignment, discuss your assignment for today, discuss the uses of human resource, discuss the uses of human resource records, human resource records in an organization. So, dear learner, we have come to the end of our lesson today, and your assignment is discuss the uses of human resource records in an organization. So until we meet in our subsequent lesson, thank you for active participation in the lesson. Learner, welcome to our continuing lessons on the Manifested Publishers Learning e-platform, where I'm delighted to welcome you to our Human Resource Management paper. We are looking at the Human Resource Management subject, and today we are looking at another very interesting topic. And this topic is Human Resource Administration. And under that Human Resource Administration, we are looking at Human Resource Management Information Systems. And as you are aware, the world today has moved with technology, and the area of Human Resource Management has not been left behind. Hence, the importance of you acquiring this knowledge, the skill that will be able to make you apply Human Resource Management Information Systems in the area of Human Resource Management as you administer issues relating to human resource. So the question then is, what is meant by Human Resource Management Information Systems? So under these, we are looking at Human Resource Management Information System, which is also referred to as Computerized Human Resource Information System, which consists of a fully integrated, it's very critical, a fully integrated organization-wide network. So what this means, it brings together all issues relating to administration of workers in relation to human resource data, information, services, databases, tools, and transactions. So when it comes to human resource issues, the reason why we are talking about integration, you have human resource data, you have information, you have services, you have databases, you have tools and transactions that take place within an organization. So this is what now creates that integration of an organization-wide system of processing information, and organizations that have this kind of a human resource management system can be said or can be described as organizations operating under EHR. So learner, Human Resource Management Information System may also be referred to as Computerized Human Resource Information System that consists of a fully integrated organization-wide network that brings together human resource data, information, services, databases, tools, and transactions, and this is described as EHR. So in our lesson today, learner, we are going to look at advantages of human resource management information systems. We are also going to look at functions of computerized human resource management system and applications of human resource management information system. So our first area is advantages of human resource management information, human resource management information systems. Advantages of human resource management information systems. So what could be some of the advantages that may be associated with human resource management information system? So the first advantage is to enhance service delivery. Service delivery. As we have seen in our previous lessons, the human resource function supports the other departments. So you can imagine if you have an organization-wide database and you have some employees spread all over the continent or all over the country, then if they are looking, for example, human resource related services, then if you have an integrated human resource system, then you could be here in Nairobi or in Mombasa, but making a decision affecting an employee who could be even in a far-off environment. So that is one of the reasons why if you have a human resource management information system, it can enhance the service delivery that is given in relation to what human resource is supposed to do. Then there is the element of increasing, to increase operational efficiency. To increase operational efficiency. And as you know, dear learner, many organizations today operate in an environment where the stakeholders are looking for real-time decisions. They don't want you to give them stories. They want you to give them real-time decisions or real-time solutions at the point when that information is needed. So when you have a human resource management information system, it is possible and practical to provide efficient services. Then there's the element of reduction in operational costs. So instead of, for example, using paper, you may have an organization like, let's say, a Teacher Service Commission, which has, for instance, 300,000, for example, teachers on their payroll. So you can imagine if you were just to use a stationery worth 5 shillings, then it means if you multiply this by 5, then that comes to 1.5 million. And this is a form which a teacher is supposed to be given to fill, maybe to apply for leave. But if you have an electronic process, the teacher just puts in the leave application form, then it is processed at almost no operational cost because you already have the intranet or maybe the internet as the case might be. So this is how an organization can be able to reduce its operational cost by using this particular human resource management information system. Then the fourth thing, to be able to position the employer as a progressive brand. So where an organization is using human resource management information systems, then that employer can be able to at least articulate that they are using human resource management information system that is the in thing in relation to the profile of those particular organization. Then where an organization is using human resource management system, this also assists in enhancing the profile of the human resource department. So the profile of the human resource department is also enhanced through the use of human resource management information systems, as the case might be. Then there is the element of also standardization. Standardization of processes. Now, some organizations have what they call standard operating procedures. So sometimes they call them SOPs. So where an organization has SOPs, then when you have a human resource management information system, let us even take an example of, say, leave processing. Then it is possible that wherever an employee is in the whole organization, there will be one standard operating procedure for application and approval of leave that an employee may want, for example, to be able to use. Then there is also the element of access to organizational data. So this could be some of the advantages of using a human resource management information system where an organization can be able to access organizational data. And here we said, as we indicated here, you may have an organization-wide network. Is it? Through an organization-wide network. So that again becomes an advantage. So, dear learner, these ones are just some of the advantages, and different organizations may have different reasons why they may want to use this human resource management information system, as the case it might be. So that is advantages. Those are advantages of human resource management information system. So we can now also have a look at the functions of a computerized human resource management system. Functions of a computerized human resource management information system. Functions of a computerized human resource management system. So what are some of the functions when you have a computerized human resource management system? So what you need to note, learner, here, where you have a computerized system, then one of the things that the computerized system can do is to hold, number one, to hold human resource data. So this is basically storage. A function of the human resource management is to hold the human resource data. For example, if you have the payroll details relating to an employee's earning in the previous past, then some information remains standard. So when that information is held, then processing subsequent payrolls where there are no changes becomes easy. So one of the functions of a computerized human resource system is to hold human resource data within a given organization, then to provide reports, human resource related reports, So whenever reports are needed by maybe the top management, then a computerized human resource system can take information from one center to another center, bring this information together, and be able to bring out a report that can be used in relation to that particular organization. Then there's also the area of recruitment and selection. And here you have what you call, for example, selection tests. So these selection tests can be done using the computerized human resource system. Then there is also the issue of wage and salary administration. So that again can be done in relation to a computerized human resource information system. Then there is also the issue of recruitment data. For example, prospective employees. Now, prospective employees may apply for what you call unsolicited jobs in an organization. So that, again, on a computerized human resource management system, that kind of information can be held for prospective employees. Then there is also the issue of training and development records can also be maintained in a computerized human resource management information system. There are also issues to do with salary records, maybe other payments also, payments of benefits. So this, dear learner, could be some of the reasons, or maybe some of the functions of a computerized human resource management system. So these are just some, they are not all of them. So that brings us now to the third area, where we are now looking at applications of human resource management information systems. Application of human resource management information system. So, dear learner, here now we are now asking ourselves, in which areas can a human resource management system be applied within a given organization? And one of the things we have just looked at is, one, human resource management records. Human resource management records. I've just given you an example. If you have an organization like the Teacher Service Commission, and this Teacher Service Commission has, say, 300,000 teachers, and these 300,000 teachers are spread over the 47 counties in over 18,000, say, primary schools, for example. So if you have that kind of data, then it is possible, if you have a human resource management information system, it can be integrated, and then it can be able to create a database that can be able to have all this number of teachers. You can be able to sort them maybe according to the counties, according to the levels, according to the positions. So that's one area where you can be able to apply the issue of human resource management information system to be able to capture for you especially huge quantities of data. Then there is also the element of implementation of career progression or management. You may want to manage the careers of workers within a given setting, and if you have an integrated human resource information system or a human resource management information system, that becomes also possible. Then there is also the element of absence control. So as we have said, some organizations have what you call biometric attendance. So if an employee is not available, then it is possible for an organization to be able to get that information very quickly and be able to make particular decisions. There is also what you call payroll management. And in payroll management, an organization that has a human resource management information system can be able to provide what you call self-service, where if an employee, for example, wants a copy of a payslip, that employee is able to go to the system and be able to download a payslip of a given maybe month and so on, and be able to use it as they require. So payroll management can also be another area of application. Then there is also the element of performance management. So here, in terms of setting targets, and also evaluation. So within the system, the supervisor and the subordinate can be able to set performance management standards, and then they can be able to set them. And when it comes to the evaluation, it can also be done through the system. So that again becomes an area where an organization can be able to use human resource management information system. There is also the element of communication. So here you are talking about memoranda. You are talking about circulars. So when it comes to memoranda, it is thrown into the intranet or internet and so on. Then workers can be able to get, instead of now circulating physical paper. There is also the issue of remote working. So workers can be able to work from home. So you give the worker instructions, you give them work through the human resource management information system. They are able to do their work and be able to bring in return. So remote working can also be facilitated. Then you have conferencing facilities. That can also be conferencing facilities. where workers through the human resource management information system can be brought together. You can be able to have, say, meetings and so on. Then there is the element of training and development. These can also be done through the human resource management information system. There is also the issue of sharing of knowledge, especially where you have learning organizations. So in this area, you have what you call tacit and explicit knowledge. So organizations can use knowledge management to be able to at least make their workers work together and be able to share knowledge. So dear learner, you can see in emerging working environments, there are a lot of areas where organizations can be able to apply human resource management information systems, and these organizations become the EHR organizations. So in our lesson today, dear learner, we have looked at the human resource management information system, and in brief, we have indicated that human resource management information system is also referred to as a computerized human resource information system, and this one consists of a fully integrated organization-wide network that has human resource data, has information services, has databases, has tools and transactions, and these kind of organizations can be categorized to be EHR organizations. And we specifically looked at 3 areas. We looked at the advantages of human resource management information systems, functions of a computerized human resource management system, and also applications of human resource management information system. And when we looked at the advantages of human resource management information systems, we indicated that 1, human resource management information systems help organizations to enhance service delivery to stakeholders. Number 2, to increase operational efficiency, especially where you have large organizations with many employees. Then 3, reduction in operational costs. Then 4, to position the employer as a progressive brand. Then number 5, another advantage of HRMIS is to assist in enhancing the profile of the human resource department. So organizations that are seen to be using human resource management information systems can also be able to attract and even retain what you call talented. They can be able to attract what you call talented workers. So that again is another advantage. Then when it comes to standardized processes, organizations that adopt human resource management information systems can be able to have what you call standard operating procedures, what you call SOPs, like in terms of, say, leave processing. Then you can also have number 7, access to organizational data through now the organization-wide network. So those ones are the 6 advantages that we have alluded to for organizations that are having human resource management information systems. Then we also looked at the functions of a computerized human resource management system. And we said, 1, where you have a computerized human resource system, it can be used to hold human resource data, that is storage. Then number 2, provide human resource related reports, that's number 2. Then number 3, can be used in terms of the recruitment and selection processes, for example, to conduct selection tests. Then number 4, wage and salary administration, for example, when it comes to negotiating with the trade unions, for instance, that becomes very critical. Then number 5, recruitment data, especially like for prospective employees. Then number 6, training and development records can also be maintained. Then you have salary records or payment and benefits from that particular organization can also be put in terms of where you have a computerized human resource management system. Then finally, dear learner, we went ahead and looked at the applications of human resource management information systems. And we said, though there are very many, depending on the organization you want to deal with, some of the areas where human resource management information system can be applied, we indicated that, one, human resource management records can be kept within that particular system. Then two, implementation of career progression or career management. Then three, absence control, where you may have biometric attendance within the system. And then number four, payroll management, where workers can also be able to have what you call self-services in terms of payslip, among other details. Number five, performance management for setting performance, maybe management reports, performance management targets, and even during the evaluation or what you call performance appraisal processes that can also be used in an organization or applied in an organization that has human resource management information systems. Number six, communication is a key area. And when it comes to the human resource, they may want to communicate circulars, they may want to communicate memoranda and so on. So that again is done. Number seven, remote working, where workers can also work maybe from home. They are given instructions. Conferences or maybe facilities for workshops can also be facilitated. Then training and development, you also have what you call toolbox training, where you can have short training sessions put within the system, workers can be able to access. And number 10, we have indicated that where you have a human resource management information system, one of the applications could be in sharing knowledge, especially where you have learning organizations, and this may capture tacit or explicit knowledge to make that particular organization have a competitive advantage in terms of its operations. So, dear learner, your assignment for today before we finish our lesson, examine the uses of, examine the applications of human resource management information system, human resource management information system in an organization. So, dear learner, this is your assignment today. Examine the applications of human resource management information system in an organization. So, thank you very much for being attentive in our lesson today, which has given you the knowledge and skills to be able to manage the work environment. Thank you. Hello, learner. Welcome to our continuing lessons on the Manifested Publishing e-platform. We are continuing with our subject in human resource management, and today we are going to look at the lesson on human resource administration. And in this human resource administration topic, in our lesson today, we are going to look at employee welfare services. Now, employee welfare services may be provided for matters concerning employees which are not immediately concerned with their jobs, although they may be connected generally with their place of work. Employee welfare services may be provided as individual or group services. So by this it means some of those services may be directly to the individual worker, or maybe a group of workers, where now you have what you call group services. And in our lesson today, we are going to look at the types of employee welfare services and advantages of providing employee welfare services. So the first part we are going to look at Types of employee welfare services. Employee welfare services. Employee welfare services. Employee types of employee welfare services. So, Lana, the welfare services that can be provided as a cut across a wide range of services, and an organization will have to pick the services now based on the kind of employees, the nature of work, and sometimes organizations have to have a mixture of welfare services cutting across the objective they want to meet. So one of the welfare services could be transport facilities. Transport services. Transport services. So these transport services, some workers may be working maybe in shifts where they cannot rely on public transport, for example. They may be working, for example, at night. So an organization may have transport facilities may be provided by the employer or provided by a third party, a service provider. So the transport facility could be from work to homes, and vice versa. So from work to homes and from homes to work. So that way then these employees can be able to take advantage of that. And the way you are seeing, the transport, though not directly connected with work, but it's related to work, because when the employees are coming to the workplace, the transportation services are helping them. Then, secondly, you may have what you call canteen services. Canteen services. So these ones may provide meals, maybe at lunchtime or maybe at break time. You might have noticed, dear learner, that some organizations operate in places where if employees were to get out of the organization, they may not be able to get a place where they can get a meal, or they may not be able to get lunch very quickly. So an organization may provide canteen services for meals, which may be free or may be subsidized as a welfare service. Then there is also the element of treatment, or you can say medical services, services. So here, the employees themselves and maybe some of their designated dependents. So maybe an employee, a spouse, a child, or several children. So they may be subjected to some kind of treatment facilities. They can maybe go to a hospital where the organization makes arrangements, maybe Kenyatta National Hospital, Mater Hospital, Mediheal. So that way then employees can be able to access those treatment facilities or services in relation to the welfare options they have. Then 4, you may have what you call employee counseling services. Employee counseling services. Some organizations extend these counseling services to members of the family and sometimes the extended family, so that employees can be counseled maybe on work-related matters, work-related or life-related, so that employees can be able to go through certain challenges they might, for example, be facing. So employee counseling services can also be provided as a type of welfare service in terms of assisting workers. Number 5, bereavement services. When, for example, a family has for example, gone through a death, maybe of a relative that is covered within that particular range, then an organization may provide bereavement services, maybe provider has provide some maybe services that are related to burial. So that again helps employees, and this may be support that may be given in the context of what the family requires. So what some organizations do, they ask the bereaved families to maybe provide an idea of how the organization can support. And because of different cultural bearings, then an organization may provide maybe a given sum of money, maybe say 50,000 shillings, for the family to be able to carry out maybe the last respect, as it were. So that again becomes a welfare service. Then there is also what you call club and professional membership services. Club and professional membership services. So what some organizations do, they enlist the members who need to be in certain professional bodies, so that those members can be able to access certain services in relation to the clubs or professional memberships that they would want to promote their career. So that again becomes one of the employee welfare services that could be provided. Then some organizations, dear Lana, also provide what you call pre-retirement training services. Pre-retiring training services. So what happens when workers are about to reach retirement, they may want to be assisted to maybe settle down in life. And sometimes workers who have worked for, let's say, 20 years, 30 years, they are going into a life where they now will no longer be working. So some organizations prepare pre-retirement training services for employees within 5 years, 15 years of retirement. Then those workers are taken through that particular training at the cost of the employer to be able to assist them to be able to settle down and plan for retirement. Then there is also what you call housing or accommodation services. So here, an organization may provide actual housing or accommodation services for employees to be able to reside near the areas where they are operating from. And in this housing, they can also be able to stay there with their family members. So that again is an employee welfare service in relation to accommodation. Then there are also subsidized loans. So an employer may provide certain amounts of money, maybe 500,000, 500,000, or maybe 1 million, as the case might be, but the loans are subsidized as a benefit. So this kind of subsidized loans can be accessed by employees, and this can be an arrangement between maybe the employer and maybe service providers in terms of funding and so on. So that again becomes one of the employee welfare services that may be provided. Then also some organizations may provide, dear Lana, what you call sporting facilities. Some might, for example, provide playgrounds. Some may provide a gym, and maybe other facilities. So what happens when employees are not working? These employees can be able to access these facilities, be able to maybe play their sport, and also maintain some fitness in relation to their health and so on. So these facilities have even seen some organizations, for example, participate in very high level maybe sports, maybe football, maybe volleyball, and so on. And that's why some organizations eventually form some teams that maybe participate at the league level, among others, and so on. So the sporting facilities also help workers to be able to achieve their objectives. Then 11, sponsorship for education and training for staff and designated family members. So what happens, dear Lana, some organizations may want to enhance the educational standards of staff and maybe their children and spouses, for example. So they may sponsor maybe a particular fraction. They may say if it's a member of staff, sponsorship is 100%. If maybe it's a spouse, sponsorship is 80%. If it's a child, sponsorship is 70% of the cost that is supposed to be incurred. So that again becomes a welfare service that an organization may provide for members of staff, their children, and maybe other relatives, as the case might be, depending on the needs of that particular organization. So these now are the types of employee welfare services that may be provided in an organization. Then we have looked at now the types of employee welfare services. We can also have a look at now advantages of providing employee welfare services. Advantages of providing employee welfare services. So the question that may arise is that because if you look at these welfare services, you take an example, transport services. If you are to compute an organization that has, for example, 100 employees, and it intends to provide transport services for these workers who are working 24 hours a day, maybe 7 days in a week, this will be some cost to the organization. And one may want to find out, why would an organization want to provide welfare services to workers, yet it is costly? So there are various aspects. For example, welfare services may help in improving employee engagement. Because if you look at it critically, employees who are provided with some of these welfare services, they will also enhance their engagement with the employer and become better employees because the employer is also caring for them. Then secondly, increase employee productivity. Because if an organization is providing, for example, employee counseling services, then those employees can be able to concentrate on their work, and that one can help in increasing employee productivity. Then number 3, attraction of employees, prospective employees, So what you are saying here is that if you are looking for a job and you get 2 organizations offering you a position, then you may want to ask yourself, what does organization A offer? What does organization B offer? So if you look at the 2 organizations, and one of them is providing canteen services, is providing transport services, club and professional membership, sporting facilities, and so on, then an organization like that one is likely to attract employees who are looking for good employers. And then number 4, enhances the employer as an employer of choice. So the employer is able to at least endear himself, the organization is able to endear itself to employees. Then this also increases the level of employee retention. So once employees come into this organization, and for example, an employee has come into this organization, and this employee has 4 children, for example, 4 children, and this employee has been told these children will be educated up to university level. So if these employees are continuing with their education, then you can see this employee will remain in that particular organization. So it can also be used as one of the ways of retaining employees in an organization. Then number 6, increases the level, the employee health and well-being. So take an example, dear learner. You are in an organization where an employee is given facilities for sporting, is given facilities for housing, is given facilities for counseling, is given facilities for treatment. So this kind of an employee will not worry much about many things in life. So that again enhances the health and well-being of an organization, or maybe the employees in that particular organization. And then there is also brings about a better corporate image. So the image of this kind of an employer becomes better in terms of that organization being able to attract itself and project itself as a leading brand in the market. Then another advantage is minimizes the level of conflicts in an organization. Minimizes the level of conflicts in an organization, because where employees are being provided with all these things, the absence of these particular facilities or services are the ones which normally creates a lot of conflict. So where a good range of facilities or welfare services are being provided, you expect to have less levels of conflicts in that particular organization. Even the quality of work, better quality of work can be realized. And then number 10, increases efficiency levels. Because as we have seen, for example, take an example of transport facilities. So if employees are being picked from home and are being dropped at the workplace, it means the workers will try to be on the transport services and are able to arrive in the work environment in good time to be able to start their activity. So the efficiency levels in those kind of organizations are likely to be high. So Lana, this is a range. These ones are maybe ranges of employee welfare services that can be provided. And as you deal with issues of human resource administration, you are likely to be involved in the processes of either creating a policy, administering, or revising this particular kind of welfare services. So today in our lesson, we have looked at 3 things. We have looked at what is meant by employee welfare services. We have looked at the type of employee welfare services. We have also looked at the advantages of providing employee welfare services, and we can very quickly run through this. So we have said, dear learner, that employee welfare services may be provided for matters concerning employees. These matters are concerning employees, and these matters may not immediately be concerned with their jobs, although they may be connected generally. And employee welfare services, we have indicated, may be provided as individual or group services. And in our 2 parts that the other second part we have looked at are types of employee welfare services. And we have said, number 1, when it comes to types of employee welfare services, we have talked about transport services, number 1. We have also mentioned canteen services, number 2. We have mentioned treatment, number 3. We have talked about employee counseling, number 4. We have mentioned bereavement services, number 5. We have indicated club and professional membership, number 6. Number 7, pre-retirement training services. Number 8, housing and accommodation services. Number 9, subsidized loans provided by the employer. Number 10, sporting facilities like playgrounds and maybe a gym. Number 11, sponsorship for education and training, which may be for the members of staff or the children of members of staff and other relatives. So those ones are types of employee welfare services. Then when we came and looked at the advantages of providing employee welfare services, we have indicated that 1, may help in improving employee engagement. Number 2, increase employee productivity. Number 3, attract prospective employees. Number 4, enhance employee as an employer of choice. Number 5, increase the level of employee retention. Number 6, increase employee health and well-being. Number 7, bring about a better corporate image. Number 8, minimize the level of conflicts in an organization. Number 9, better quality work can be realized. And number 10, increase efficiency levels. So dear learner, this was our topic for today. And before we finish our lesson for today, you have an assignment. And your assignment is discuss the types of employee welfare services that may be provided to employees in an organization. So dear learner, this is your assignment. Our lesson today was employee welfare services under the topic human resource administration in the human resource management subject. And the assignment for today, discuss the types of employee welfare services that may be provided to employees in an organization. So dear learner, we have come to the end of our lesson. Until our next lesson, thank you for actively participating.
Greetings and welcome to the lesson. We, in our today's lesson, going to learn 2 things. One is in relation to the adjusted present value and capital rationing. We're still on the first chapter. So we are on the impact of financing on investment decisions. Impact of financing on investment decisions. Impact of financing. Impact of financing on investment decisions. In studying the impact of financing on investment decisions, we limit our discussion on the concept of the adjusted present value. Adjusted present value. The adjusted present value. Now, before that, candidates, it's important to understand the impact of financing on investment decisions, because we all know that financing choices play a key role in shaping investment decisions, because the availability, the cost, and even the structure of financing can significantly influence which projects are visible, which projects are feasible, and attractive to pursue. So the concept of the adjusted present value helps us understand the relationship between financing and investing by explicitly recognizing the value implications of different financing choices. So what is APV? Now, APV is evaluation method that assesses the financial worth of a project or investment by considering both its operational cash flows and the impact of its financing structure. So it separates the value of the project itself, which we call the unlevered value, from the value created or destroyed by its financing decisions. So the APV has various components. The one I've just mentioned is the unlevered value. The unlevered value, which is the value of the project, assuming that is financed entirely by equity. You assume there is no debt at all, and is calculated by just discounting the project's expected cash flows using the unlevered cost of equity, which reflects the required rate of return of the all equity investment with similar risk. Kasneb, I'm getting somewhere. And please pay attention. Pay attention. We are discussing a key concept in investment decisions, which is related to the financing. The subtopic is impact of financing on investment decisions. I started by saying that the financing choices, these are sources of finances, what the company decides in terms of the sources of financial finances projects. So the financing choices play a key role in shaping investment decisions. And we are studying the adjusted present value because the adjusted present value, which is a valuation method, helps us to understand the relationship between financing and investment. So the APV, just from that point, the first component of APV is one, the unlevered value. The unlevered value is the value of the project, assuming that it is financed entirely by equity. There is no debt. Unlevered means no debt. And this value is calculated by discounting. It is calculated by discounting the cash flows. By discounting the cash flows, the project's expected future cash flows, using the unlevered cost of equity. Then number two, we have the financing side effects. Financing side effects. Financing side effects. And the financing side effects includes the value of impacts of various financing decisions, impacts of various financing decisions, like the tax shield, tax shields from debt. Like A, the tax shields from debt, debt tax shield. The debt tax shield. Now, this refers to the tax deductible of interest payments on debt, which reduces the company's tax liability, which then increases cash flows. So it is the present value of these tax savings that is added to the unlevered value. We may have other costs like distress, financial distress, cost of financial distress. And that is just a possibility of bankruptcy or financial difficulties that are associated with the debt, which can then create costs. And is calculated by getting the present value of the potential costs that then is then subtracted from the unlevered value. Distress costs. Distress, cost of financial distress. Cost of financial distress. We are studying candidates. First of all, the components. We've defined what APV is. We are now moving to components of APV. The first major component here is the unlevered value. We've seen how it is calculated. We discount all the cash flows that are associated with the project using the required rate of return. Then there is a financing side effects. One such financing side effect is a tax shields from debt. Then you have financial distress costs. There are other costs on benefits, which include issuance costs. Issuance costs. Issuance. Other costs include issuance costs, subsidies, and so on. So those are two major categories of the components of the APV. So candidates, the adjusted present value, we've said is a valuation method that is used to assess the financial worth of a project or an investment, particularly when it involves complex financing structures with debt and equity. So it is, as we've seen, a variation of the traditional NPV that explicitly accounts for the impact of financing decisions. So we have, first of all, if you are to calculate the APV, you have to first of all determine the unlevered value, the all equity value. Then we add the present values of financing side effects, like the tax shields from debt. Then we also deduct the cost of financial distress and other costs like the issuance costs and so on. Now, we'll take an illustration to reinforce what we just learned. Illustration on Treetop Limited. So that's the question. Treetop Limited is considering an investment project in the tourism industry worth 48 million, which will be a diversification from the mainstream activities. The 48 million shillings project cost will be financed as follows: 10 million using internal funds, 20 million using rights issue, and 18 million with long-term loans. The investment is expected to generate pre-tax net cash flows of approximately 14 million shillings per year for a period of 10 years. So currently those are net cash flows. Net cash flows. So underline pre-tax net cash flows. Pre-tax net cash flows. Underline it. Pre-tax net cash flows. Approximately 14 million shillings per year for a period of 10 years. That is our period. The residual value at the end of the 10-year period will be 15 million shillings after taxes. You see that again? After taxes. As the investment is in an area where the government wishes to develop, in that area in which this treetop is trying to invest, and therefore there is a subsidized loan of 8 million out of the total of the 18 million that is available. And the cost will be, this will cost 2% below the company's normal cost of long-term debt, which is 8%. Look at that. This will cost 2% below the company's normal cost of long-term debt finance, which is 8%. Below. So that 2% is a saving. It is a saving. The company will save 2% for the 10 years. Additional information: the company's equity beta is 0.85 and its financial gearing is 60% equity and 40% debt by value. Number 2, the average equity beta in the tourism industry, that is now the market. It is the tourism industry, is the market beta. There is 1.2. And average gearing is 50% equity, 50% debt by market value. Number 3, the risk-free rate is 5.5% per annum. The market return is 12% per annum. Number 5, issuance costs are estimated to be 1% of debt financing, excluding the subsidized loan, and 4% for equity financing. These costs are not tax allowable. Underline that. Not tax allowable. Number 6, the corporation tax rate is 30%. Required. The adjusted present value of the proposed investment project. Roman 2, propose 3 circumstances under which the APV may be preferred to the net present value approach as a method of evaluating capital investment project. So then let's first calculate adjusted NPV. Illustration. Adjusted present value. What is the formula? base cost NPV, cost NPV. That is the unlevered value. Then we add what is termed as the financing effects. The financing effects. The financing effects. From this question, we have the savings. You recall savings in not the last sentence there. The last sentence there, it reads that what does it say? This will cost 2% below the company's normal cost of long-term debt finance, which is 8%. So we have the interest savings. So we are going to add present value of interest savings. That is an inflow. Okay, we add it to the NPV. So we have the base cost NPV, which is an unlevered value. We add the present value of savings. Then if there is any tax shield, we add it. Add present value of tax shield, which we have. Present value of the tax shield. Present value of the tax shield. Do you see that in the question? Then did we say we deduct the issuance costs? Do we have issuance costs in the illustration? Yes. Look at note number 5. Issue costs are estimated to be 1% of debt financing, excluding the subsidized loan, and 4% of the equity financing. These costs are not tax allowable. All right. So we are going to deduct the present value of issue costs. So from the information provided candidates, the adjusted PV is equal to the base cost NPV plus the present value of interest savings, which is an income, plus the present value of tax shield, which is an income. Then we deduct this issue cost, present value of issue. That will give us the adjusted PV. So then let's begin with the base cost NPV. The base cost NPV. So then, candidates, you recall we say that the first thing to do is to calculate the unlevered value. This is the NPV of the project, assuming that the company is all unlevered. Base cost NPV. So let's have some working here. We need a workings. We all know that NPV, candidates, NPV is equal to present value cash inflows minus present value cash outflows. NPV, that's the formula for NPV. NPV is equal to present value cash inflows, present value of cash inflows minus present value of cash outflows. So what are the inflows? In sentence number, the third sentence, third paragraph reads, the investment is expected to generate pre-tax net cash flows of approximately 14 million shillings per year for a period of 10 years. That is the first inflow. Do you see that? Then we also have the next sentence, which reads, the residual value at the end of the 10-year period will be 15 million shillings after taxes. That is terminal cash flow, which is an inflow. After 10 years, the company will have this inflow, 15 million. So those are two inflows. And we have the outflow. In the second sentence, is it the second or the first? The first sentence reads that Treetop Limited is considering an investment project in the tourism industry worth 48 million. So that is the outflow. So we have two inflows and one outflow. Two inflows, one outflow. So candidates, you can see that inflow, the first inflow of, how much was it? 14 million. The investment is expected to generate pre-tax net cash flows of approximately 14 million shillings per year for a period of 10 years. Pre-tax net cash flow. I told you to underline pre-tax. That means that tax has not been deducted. So we have, first of all, two inflows. You have the annuity, which you have to, this is a cash flow which you have to discount, you get the present value. So the present value of an annuity we know is PVI, present value interest factor of an annuity, R percent, which we do not have. Then we have N, which we have. So this is the first inflow. We add the, what do you call it? The residual value. The residual value is how much? The residual value is how much? We have the residual value. The residual value at the end of 10 years, 15 million. That is a lump sum. So we're going to discount that residual value using the present value interest factor Rn minus the PVCOF, the present value of cash outflow, which is the initial investment. The initial investment here is 48 million. So candidate, that's the formula for calculating the NPV, the best cost NPV. So we do not have the annuity we have to calculate. So we have a working within a working. In discounting this annuity, we need to have a discounting rate, which we again do not have. Do you understand? Pre-tax net cash inflows, but we need the after-tax net cash flows. So the after-tax cash inflow will be equal to the pre-tax, net cash flows of 14 million. Then we deduct the tax 1.03. This will be the after-tax cash inflow, which is our annuity here. How much is it? So this is 9.8 times the present value annuity factor. We have the period, but we do not have the rate. How do we determine the rate? Do we have the rate from this question? I didn't see any rate. I saw the market return. This will cost 2%. So candidates, we do not have the discounting rate. We do not have the discounting rate. So we have to determine the discounting rate. The discounting rate. And you recall we said that when discounting the base cost, we use the required rate of return. All right. So we do not have the discounting rate. So the discounting rate should be the weighted average cost of capital of the unlevered firm. The unlevered firm. We need to calculate the discounting rate. We do not have the discounting. This is 9.8 million. So for us to discount this cash flow, we need to have the discounting rate. So the discounting rate here is the weighted average cost of equity, the weighted average cost of capital, the weighted average cost of capital. And we are here to assume, candidates, that the firm is wholly unlevered. So we'll use CAPM to calculate this discounting rate, which is equal to the risk-free rate plus the, what do you call it, the beta of the unlevered firm, beta of the unlevered firm times the premium, that is RM minus RF. Do we have the risk-free rate? Yes, the risk-free rate is 5.5. The beta of the unlevered firm, beta of the unlevered firm. We do not have the beta for unlevered firm. Do you have the market return? Do you have the market return? Yes, the market return, you remember we circled it. The market return, look at the last, note number 4. The market return is 12%. The market return is 12%. The risk-free rate is 5.5. So again, candidates, you can see we are doing this working so that we can determine the present value of cost of equity. In calculating the present value, we need to have this discounting rate, which we do not have. So this is the formula that helps us get that discounting rate. But again, in calculating the discounting rate, we do not have the beta of the unlevered. This is unlevered. Beta of the unlevered firm. So we need to have another working candidates for beta of the unlevered firm. And we know this is equal to beta of the levered farm divide by 1 plus 1 plus t, 1 minus t, this is 1 minus t, d over e. The ratio. This is the ratio of debt to equity. So do we have beta for the levered farm? Do you have it? Do you have it? Beta from the question? Do you have beta for the levered farm from the question? Beta for the levered farm? Yes, we have it. Look at one number 2. The average equity beta in the tourism industry is 1.2, and averaging gearing is 50% equity, 50% debt. So we have it there. The beta of the unlevered is 1.2. We divide by 1 plus, this is 0.7, 1 minus t. Then we have 50 over 50. 50-50. That is the ratio. Debt to equity ratio. How much is it? So this is 0.706. That is the beta of the unlevered farm. The unlevered farm is a farm that has no debt in its capital structure. So you come here and substitute plus 0.706. So what is the discount? What is the discounting rate? What is the discounting rate? 10% is the discounting rate. So this is what we need here. So the present value interest factor of annuity 10%, 10 years. From the tables, what do you get? Plus the residual value. What was the residual value? The residual value from the question, that is not number. The residual value at the end of the 10 years will be 15 million. So we have plus 15 million into present value interest factor 10%, 10 years minus 48 million. Can I have the NPV? So that is how to calculate the base cost. Then candidates, the next thing to do is to calculate the present value of interest savings. Now look here, candidates. Look at the board. The first step is to calculate the base cost NPV. The base cost NPV, that is step number 1. We determine the net present value of the investment project on assumption that the farm's capital structure is all equity. Then the next stage is to calculate the present value of interest savings. Present value of interest savings. Now, before calculating the present value of interest savings, first of all, we need to determine the interest savings. It's present value of interest savings. Present means we discount the interest savings. So first of all, we need to calculate the interest savings. And look at the information on interest. Look at the information on interest. In the last sentence there, we read that this will cost 2%. Below that we read, before that we read, as the investment in this is in an area where the government wishes to develop, a subsidized of 8 million out of the total 18 million is available. Now you recall in the second sentence we read that the 48 million project cost will be financed as follows: 10 million using internal funds, 20 million using rights issue, 18 million with long-term loans. So underline 18 million, because in the second last sentence we now read that as the investment is an area where the government will develop, a subsidized loan of 8 million out of the total 18 million is available. This company has an advantage because the company is investing in an area where the government wishes to develop. So the government will give this company a subsidized loan of 8 million out of the total 18 million. And this will cost 2% below the company's normal cost of long-term debt finance, which is 8%. That is the information that is going to help us determine interest savings. Interest savings. So the saving there, we even have the percentage. The percentage is 2%. So we need to calculate, first of all, the saving. Interest saving. The interest rate is 2%. So the government, the government is offering us a subsidized loan. And what is the value of this loan? Look at the question. The value of this loan is 8 million. 8 million. So the government will advance 8 million. Okay? And therefore, the company is going to save 2% of the 8 million. How much is it? 160,000. So that is the saving, interest saving. Interest saving is 160,000 shillings. So having calculated the interest saving, we can now determine the present value of the interest saving. Present value of interest saving. So we get the present value of this saving. So it is going to be just the interest times the present value annuity factor. Okay? Which is equal to 160 million times present value interest factor of annuity. What is the discounting rate? So this is 5.5%, 10 years. How much is it? It is risk-free. What is the present value of 160,000? Present value interest factor of an annuity, 5.5%, 10 years. How much is it? Give me the present value of this interest contest. You know, the saving is 160,000. Present value interest factor of annuity 5.5%, 10 years. Times 0.7. That is 1 minus t. How much is it? Let me write it down here. This is equal to this, which is equal to this. give me the present value of interest savings. Present value of interest savings. So step number 2, calculate present value of interest savings. Step number 3, calculate the present value of interest tax shield. Present value of interest tax shield. Present value of interest tax shield. So look at the last 2 sentences. As the investment is in an area where the government wishes to develop, a subsidized loan of 8 million shillings out of the total 18 million shillings is available. This will cost 2% below the company's normal cost of long-term debt finance, which is 8%. Which is 8%. So we are to calculate the interest tax shield. The interest tax shield. So there are 2 loans here, candidates. There are 2 loans. There are 2 loans. The 8 million loan and the 10 million loan. So before calculating the interest tax shield, we first calculate the interest. Interest. So there are 2 loans with different interest rates. Can you see that from the question? We have the 6% interest rate, the 6% interest rate on the subsidized loan of 8 million. Then we have the 8% interest rate on the 10 million loan. So this is the interest. So to calculate the interest tax shield, first of all you calculate the interest, then you just apply the tax. Do you understand? What you get here, we're going to discount. So this is the interest tax shield. We then calculate the present value. We discount it with this factor, present value annuity factor 5.5, 10 years. So that will give us a present value of interest tax shield. So do you understand the procedure? Before you discount, first of all you calculate the interest, because it is interest of a present value of interest tax shield. So first calculate the interest, which is 30% of 6% of 8 million plus 8% of 10 million. So that gives us the interest. Then after calculating the interest, then you apply the tax, which is 30%. So this now, what I have in the larger bracket is the interest tax shield or interest tax benefit. Then to discount, you apply the present value annuity factor 5%, 10 years. So that will be the present value of the interest tax shield. How much is it? $28.94. There are 2 people who've gotten that. 28 94,592. So that is the present value of interest tax shield. Can someone confirm? Present value of issue cost. Present value of issue cost. Present value of issue cost is obtained. Information on issue cost is obtained. The second last additional information. Issue costs are estimated to be 1% of debt financing, excluding the subsidized loan, and 4% for equity financing. These costs are not tax allowable. These costs are not tax allowable. So there are two categories of issue costs. So it is 4% for equity financing and 1% for debt financing, excluding the subsidized loan. Because if the loan is subsidized, then you may not have to incur issue costs. So issue costs are two. We have the issue costs on equity. Issue cost. Is it equity or what language is used? Let's look at the question. The 48 million project cost will be financed as follows: 10% million using internal funds, 20 million using rights issue. So this is issue on rights issue. Rights issue. And we are told the rate is, what is the rate? The rate is 4%. It will be 4% of the rights issue. The rights issue 18 million. Then we add issue costs on the loan, which you have seen is 1%, excluding the subsidized loan. So it's 10 million. So these two would give us the present value. 4% of 18 million, 800,000. This will just be 100,000. And this, the total is 900. So, are we going to discount? No, we can't discount because these were issued at the beginning of the project. The rights issue were issued at the beginning. So they are in present terms. So that's the present value of issue costs. Can we have the NPV? Because we now have present value of interest savings. Present value of interest savings. Present value, do we have it? You didn't give me. Then there is a present value of tax shield. Present value of taxes, we have it here. 2,894,592. Then we deduct the 900,000 issue costs. So give me the base cost NPV and the present value of interest savings. Oh, let me ask a question here, down here. I think you have a problem here. Is it here? Which factor are you using here? Give me the factor. I think I can use my phone to calculate this. This is 9.8. Give me the factor. 10%, read from your tables. Is it 6.11? 6.1446 plus 15 million Present value interest factor, this one. What is the factor? What is the factor? So this is 17,999,58. 17,999,58. Again, Maggie, you omitted something or some, because if it is 17 million, when I put my 3 digits here, you must have omitted something. Is it 0? So the base cost, 17,999,580 plus present value of interest savings. So this present value candidates, there are two ways. There are two ways to it. You can have the 160,000, you multiply by this factor, which I think you had done it somewhere. The factor 5.5, 5.5. Yeah, I think, how much is it? 1 minus t. This is 0.7. That's the surest way, candidates. So how much is it? What is the present value of the interest saving? 838,000 to 30. If you have to round off to the nearest shilling, 230. That is the adjusted present value. So candidates, there was another part. Propose 3 circumstances under which the APV may be preferred to the NPV as a method of evaluating capital investment projects. These are things we discussed when we began, candidates. Circumstances. Let me answer it. We may not have time to come back here. Circumstances under which APV is more preferred than NPV. Now, one circumstance is in relation to complexity. Complex and changing capital structures. Complex and changing capital structures. Complex and changing capital structures. Number 2, significant tax benefits. Significant tax benefits. And these are tax benefits from debt. When a project is expected to generate, say, substantial tax shields from debt, and that may be due to high interest payments and favorable tax environment, then that's a situation where APV will be more preferable. And why is it preferred? Is because APV directly incorporates the present value of the tax benefits into the valuation, which offers a more precise measure of the project's true value. So where the company is to enjoy significant tax benefits, then APV is more preferred than NPV. 3, projects with financial distress. Recall candidates, these are the things I discussed before we got into the calculations. So that's it for the lesson. Is there any question? Assignment. Blaze Limited is considering diversifying its operation away from its main areas of business into the plastic business. The company wishes to evaluate an investment project which involves acquisition of a molding machine that costs 450,000 million. The project is expected to produce net annual operating cash flows of 220 million for each of the 3 years of its useful life. Its salvage value is 0. The assets of the project will support debt finance of 40% of its initial costs, including issue costs. The loan is to be repaid in 3 equal annual installments. The balance of the finance will be provided by placing of new equity. Issue costs will be 5% for the equity and 2% of the loan. Debt issue costs are allowable for tax. The plastic industry has an average equity beta of 1.368 and an average of debt to equity ratio of 1.5 at market values. Blaze Limited's current equity beta is 1.8 and 20% of its long-term capital is represented by debt, which is generally regarded to be risk-free. The risk-free rate is 10% per annum, and the expected return on an average market portfolio is 15%. Corporation tax is 30%. The machine will attract 70% initial cost allowable, and the balance will be written off evenly over the remainder of the assets life and will be allowable against tax. The firm is certain that it will earn sufficient profits against which to offset these allowances required using adjusted net present value advice whether or not the project is worthwhile. Thank you for your time. Bye bye.
So let us look at allowable legal costs. Allowable legal cost number 1 is the legal cost for a lease. Legal costs for a lease not more than 99 years. 99 years. So when you are doing your business and you decide you want to occupy a property, let's say a building, and that building you are going to occupy for 99 years, 80 years, 70, 10, 5 years, 1 year, and you decide to make it legal, you require a lawyer to help you in preparing that lease. And that lawyer even sign that document of the lease. And you pay for that service. That is what we call legal cost for a lease. As long as it's 99 coming down, that is allowable expense. And that means if the lease is for more than 99 years, it can be 99 and a half years, 100 years, 105, 120, 150 years. That legal cost is not allowable. You cannot deduct it against the taxable incomes of the business. Number 2, we have legal costs for preparing staff contracts. That's another one. That in your business, when you are hiring your staff, some of your staffs may tell you, I want you to make this agreement legal. And so you will have to hire a lawyer. In the process of hiring a lawyer, they charge you some fee and you pay. When it comes to the taxation of your business, that you are allowed to deduct that legal cost when you're determining the taxable incomes of the business. After that, we have the third one. We have legal costs relating to customers and debtors. Although debtors are your customers, but it's good to specify, because most of the time you find that those legal costs normally relate to the debtors. A good example, a debtor has refused to pay you what they owe you. So you decide to take the legal process. You go to a lawyer, ask that lawyer sorry, if he or she can prepare for you a demand letter. You take to that customer to notify them that you're going to take a legal process. And now that lawyer writes for you that demand letter, but charge you like 3,000, 10,000. When it comes to the determination of your taxable income, you'll be allowed to deduct that legal cost against your taxable incomes of your business. Number 4, we have legal costs to list a company at stock exchange. We normally have what we call listed companies or quoted companies. These are companies whose shares are traded at stock exchange market. In Kenya, we have Nairobi Stock Exchange Market. That means anybody who may want to become a shareholder of that company just need to go there and you buy shares of that company. It's open. When that company was getting there, it could have incurred several costs. One of them was to hire a lawyer to help them in preparing the document for presentation to, for example, Capital Market Authority, for them to be allowed to, for their shares to be traded there. That legal cost they paid when they were getting there, it's supposed to be an allowable expense. Number 5, legal costs to defend property rights. It means you have, for example, land somewhere. You own that land. Or you could be owning a motor vehicle. Somebody from outside just come and say, this land used to be mine. This motor vehicle used to be mine. It was stolen from me. This building used to be mine. You decide, no, I bought these items legally. So you decide, let us go to court so that the judge can decide who owned these items. And because you are not a lawyer, you hire one to go and represent you. In the process, he charges you some legal fee. That is the one we are saying legal cost to defend your property. And when you pay, that become an allowable expense. The last allowable legal cost, number 6, is the legal cost relating to tenders. Tenders relate to your business. For example, you want to supply something to your customer. They tell you you have to tender. But maybe because you don't know the process of doing that, you hire a lawyer. Come and help me prepare these tender documents. They charge you some legal fee. That legal fee is supposed to be allowable. So these are the allowable legal costs. While still under the legal costs, I want us to also look at non-allowable legal costs. Non-allowable legal costs. It is the opposite of the allowable legal costs. That these are the costs or expenses which cannot be deducted against the taxable incomes of the business when you incur them. They are which one? Number 1, we have legal costs. Legal costs to purchase or transfer a fixed asset. The other name we normally give that cost is the conveyance fee. Why don't we allow it? Because here we said the legal costs we allow are the ones that are revenue, that the benefit can be realized within a year. The one that benefit extend beyond 1 year, we don't allow. Fixed asset is one of the item where you enjoy benefit for a period that is more than a year. So when you are purchasing, selling, you incur some legal cost that you're not allowed to come and deduct it against the taxable income of your business. That cost is also called conveyance fee. This is very common. So it is usually not allowable expense. It is related to the fixed asset. It's not allowable. We have number 2, legal costs to defend. To defend a crime. So what we saw, legal costs to defend your property is allowable. But if you commit a criminal activity and you're taken to court, you hire a lawyer to defend you, that legal cost will not be allowed by the taxman to come and deduct it in the business. Why? Because it is not business related. You are not doing business. So that is usually not allowable. Number 3, legal costs relating to bank loans, bonds, and debentures. Now we are talking about legal costs relating to bank loans. Why don't we allow them? Because loans are long-term financing. That when you take a loan, the bank will tell you to pay after 8 years or within a period of 8 years, 10 years, or even some others go to 15 years. So it's a long-term item. So the legal cost you incur when you're taking that loan is usually not allowable. Same case relate to bonds and debentures. When you hear companies issuing bonds, issuing debentures, they are taking loans from the members of the public. And being loans, they are long-term. They will tell you they will pay you after 10 years or within a period of 10 years, 15 years. So the legal costs in the process of issuing those debentures, bonds, are usually not allowable. After that, we have number 4. Legal costs relating to memorandum of association and partnership deeds. Partnership deeds are also called partnership agreements. What is the memorandum of association? In law, we normally consider that as a constitution of the company, that it is the document that guides the company in the long term. So being in the long term means if the company lasts for 25 years, that memorandum of association will be there for 25 years. So it's a long-term document, not revenue. We call that capital expenditure. Partnership deed or agreements, the same. These are agreements that are signed between partners. And this agreement will be there in the partnership as long as the partnership is there, guiding the partnership, how they are supposed to operate. So it's a long-term document. So we don't usually allow based on that. After that, we have number 5. Legal costs relating to patents, copyrights, and trademarks. Now, legal costs relating to patents, copyrights, and trademarks. Now, this in financial accounting, we used to consider them as intangible assets. Intangible assets used to be classified under fixed assets, long-term assets. So you can see the reason why we don't allow them, because they are long-term, capital and not revenue. So legal costs you incur relating to that, or those ones, are usually not supposed to be allowable. Another non-allowable expense, legal costs, number 6, is the legal costs relating to breach of contract. That or contract. That if your business break one of the contract you have with your trading partners, be it customers, suppliers, be it staff, and they take you to court, and the court determine that you actually broke that contract, And actually, sometimes we are going to see they fine you. That is not supposed to be allowable because you're not supposed to be breaking contracts. Another one, number 7, legal costs relating to tax matters. Yep, we are going to learn. Another one is that sometimes the KRA, taxman, can, for example, assess you and tell you are supposed to pay a certain amount of tax, but you're not satisfied with that. You decide to appeal or even object, but you don't want to do it directly. You hire a lawyer to come and help you in your defense. That legal cost you pay there is not supposed to be allowable. And this we are going to learn. It does not just restrict itself to the tax matters or legal costs relating to tax matters. It also says that all other expenses, as long as they are connected to tax, they are usually not supposed to be allowable because it's assumed you are the one who is supposed to handle your own tax issues. The last one, number 8, court fines and penalties. Now, when you talk of court fines and penalties, when you are fined, it means that you are the one who was on the wrong side. So it means that is not supposed to be related to the business. You did something that was outside what you are supposed to do. So when you are fined, you pay that fine. It's connected to legal matters. That is usually not supposed to be allowable. So these are the allowable legal costs, the non-allowable legal costs. But don't forget, we are still under the allowable expenses. Only that the legal one normally have several allowable and also non-allowable, and we had to look at them. So we go back to the list of the allowable. After number 5, we have number 6, another allowable expense of the business. Number 6, payment to trade associations. Now, to differentiate this allowable expense numbering, as you can see, we have number 6 here. From this allowable legal cost and unallowable, let me rename this one as A, B, C, D, E, and F. Same case here, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Yeah. So that is just the numbering so that you can differentiate this continuation here from the legal costs. Now, back to number 6, payment to trade association. As the word say, trade association. It's an association that is related to your trade. What do we mean? For example, if you are operating a bank, they normally have an association called Kenya Bankers Association. It is there to improve the banks, help to fight for the interest of the banks. If you are in manufacturing, there is an association called Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It is there to trade and protect the interest of the manufacturers. So when a business pays to this association, it is helping to strengthen them, to help them fight for their interests. So that amount is supposed to be an allowable expense. Number 7, another allowable expense is the employer contribution on behalf of employees to pension schemes and provident fund. Which are these schemes? Pension scheme or provident fund is where employee and sometimes the employer make a saving for the retirement of an employee. A good example, in Kenya we have NSSF. When you contribute to NSSF, according to the law, the employer is also supposed to contribute similar amount for you. But when they do that, the time of their taxation, they will be allowed to come and deduct that amount against the taxable income. So that is an allowable expense. Number 8, research costs. Research costs and payment to research organizations. Research costs. If you are in the business, for example, you want to introduce a new product. Before you do that, to increase the chances of it succeeding, you need to do some research. What do the customer want? Are they okay with what you are giving them? In the process, those research costs you incur, at the time of taxation, you'll be allowed to come and deduct them against your taxable income. Same case, research payment to the research organization. A good example, if for example a farmer make a contribution or donation or payment to KEFRI, Kenya Institute Kenya Forest Research Institute. So what do? They carry out research on the best, for example, trees that farmers can be able to grow and get maximum benefit. So when a farmer contribute to them, that is supposed to be an allowable expense when it comes to the year taxation. So research costs and payment to research organization. Number 9, we have advertisement expenses of revenue in nature. So the key thing there being advertisement expense of revenue in nature. Revenue, we said these are expenses you incur and the benefit is realized within a short period of time, usually within a year. So when it comes to the advertisement, you may find advertisement on radios, TVs, newspapers, preparing brochures. When you advertise in them, it is usually assumed, for example, when you advertise on radio, the customer can already remember what you have advertised within probably 2 weeks, 1 month. After that, they might forget what you advertised unless you continue advertising. So it's revenue within a short period of time. Those are allowable expenses. But it is important to note that capital advertisement expenditure are not allowable. You can put that. You note that capital advertisement expenditure are not allowable. Capital expenditure, we said, these are expense where you incur an expense, but the benefit you derive over a long period of time. It is the opposite of revenue. A good example is construction of a billboard, construction of a signpost, construction of neon signs. These are long-term advertisement items. When you put a billboard somewhere or a signpost, it advertises you for 10 years or even 5 or even 50. Some are there forever unless you do the branding. So the cost of putting them up there is not allowable. What we do for them, we claim the capital allowance we talked about here. And we are going to learn, we claim the capital allowance we call wear and tear allowance, whose rate at the moment is 10%. So you take 10%. So if you construct a billboard for 100,000, first year you take 10% of it, 10,000. Then when you get to the second year, another 10%, but you're going to learn it's usually on a reducing balance. The third year, 10% that way, but on a reducing balance. So capital advertisement expenditure is usually not allowable. Then we go to number 10. Number 10. Number 10 of another allowable expense is the employer contribution on behalf of employees to members club. But that members club must be related to employees' work. Employer contribution on behalf of employee to members club. A good example of this is accountants. For you to be a fully recognized certified public accountant of Kenya, you must be a member of ISPAC, even when you are done with your CPA. When you become a member, you will note every year you have to contribute something we call subscription fee. Now, when you get employed, the employer may tell you, I'll be contributing that for you. Every year, I'll be contributing that for you. Because it is related to your work, that will be allowable when it's determining the taxable income. Number 11, we have realized foreign exchange loss. So, when you are looking at the incomes, we had specified that realized foreign exchange gain is a taxable income. Unrealized foreign exchange gain, an untaxable income. How about in case a loss is generated? If it is realized, it is an allowable expense. If not realized, it's usually an unallowable expense. Number 12, another allowable expense, donation to charitable organizations. That is supposed to be another allowable expense. Question is, which are these charitable organizations? According to the Income Tax Act, it specifies that they include any organization that advances religion, education, or to alleviate the poverty in the society or suffering in the society. If you look at that definition, religion, we are talking about churches, mosques. When you talk of education, we are talking about schools. When you talk of alleviation of poverty or suffering, we are talking about like Red Cross. We are talking about NGOs. So when you make or your business make a donation to them, that is supposed to be an allowable expense. And this we are going to learn. Any other donation is not supposed to be an allowable. Any other. So if you find donation to a political party, that is not supposed to be an allowable expense. A general donation, that is not allowable expense unless it is specific, it's to a charitable organization. Number 13, we have interests on money borrowed and invested in business. That if a business take a loan from a bank and that money is invested in your business, the interest you pay every year, every period, that's supposed to be an allowable expense in that particular year. And we saw that there's another form of loan, usually taken by the limited companies, debentures. When a company issue debenture, or bonds, when a company issue bonds, these are forms of loans. So when they pay interest, those interests are supposed to be allowable expenses. After that, we have number 14. payment to directors of a company for service rendered. That's supposed to be a allowable expense. Directors are considered to be employees of the company. So when you pay them director salary, director's fee, director commission, allowances, all these are supposed to be allowable expense because they have rendered the services to your business. So these are the allowable expenses of the business, and this is according to the Income Tax Act. You get them there. After looking at the allowable expenses, we need to look at non-allowable expenses. These are expenses which cannot be deducted against the taxable incomes of the business. Which are these non-allowable expenses? We have number one, non-revenue stroke capital and non-commercial expenses of the business. That is number one. This is actually the opposite of what we saw in the allowable number one, where we said all revenue and commercial expenses of the business are allowable. And we explained. And we said these are two broad terms. Same case here. These are two broad terms. And when we talk of non-revenue or capital, these are expenses of the business where the benefit is realized over a long period of time. A good example is the costs of a motor vehicle, a fixed asset. You purchase a fixed asset, you don't use it with 1 year and that is over. You use it 1 year, second year, third, fifth, that way. So its cost is not allowable. What we do with it, we said, is to claim a capital allowance, which we said is supposed to be allowable expense. The other one is non-commercial. Non-commercial, we said these are expenses which are not related to the business activities. A good example, we said private expenses of the owner, like rent expenses of the owner at home, electricity expenses of the owner at home, salaries and wages to the house help, gardeners at home. These are usually not allowable because they are not commercial, they are not business related. So any expense that you come across that is non-revenue or capital, that is non-commercial, know that that is not supposed to be an allowable expense. Number two, we have non-trade. Bad debts written off. We said trade bad debts written off is allowable because you are writing off a debt relating to the business trade. Like when you sell goods on credit, they refuse to pay. That's allowable. But those that are not related to the business, for example, you had sold a fixed asset, you had rent money to your customer, your staffs, your relative, they refuse to pay, and after 4 years you decide to write them off, those you cannot be allowed to deduct them against your taxable income of the business because they are not related to what you do on a daily basis. Number three, general provision for bad debts. The other way to put it is increase in general provision for bad debt. We had said if it is specific provision for bad debt or increase in specific provision for bad debt, that is allowable. General provision, we said, normally arises as a result of estimation. So when you compare general provision at the start and at the end, and you find that they have increased, for example, at the start 20, at the end 25. That year it means that you created 5 million more. That is not supposed to be allowable against the taxable incomes of the business. Number 4, we have depreciation. Depreciations are usually not allowable. And we said depreciation is an expense related to the accountants. In taxation, we don't recognize that. Instead of depreciation, we recognize the capital allowances. So depreciation is not allowable. Number 5, we have the costs of fixed assets. Although we had said or mentioned that under the cost of fixed assets, so this is an unallowable expense, and we said we had mentioned this one here, that capital expenditure or non-revenue expenditure are usually not allowable. Reason, they are long-term costs. So you benefit out of them in the long term. So we don't usually allow them. Number 6, we have loss on disposal of fixed assets. Fixed assets. That when you dispose your fixed asset, like if you have motor vehicle as a fixed asset, furniture as your fixed assets, and you dispose them in the course of your business, if you generate a loss, it's usually non-allowable. And actually, if you remember, we said when you were looking at the incomes of the business under non-taxable, we said income or profit from the selling of fixed assets, we don't tax, because these are not the items that you deal with in the business. So you make a profit, don't tax. You make a loss, don't allow it. Don't deduct it against the taxable incomes of the business, because these are not the items you deal with in the business. They are not stock. They are not goods. Number 7, we have loss on disposal of investments. Now, why don't we allow the loss on disposal of investments? It's because of this. Investments are different activities from what you do on a daily basis. So when you dispose your investments like shares, rental property, you make a loss, let it be remain in there, those investments. If it is rental and you have rental income, deduct it against now rental income. If it is shares, you dispose, you make a loss, it's supposed to remain there. If you're supposed to tax that income from shares, it remains there, deduct against that income of that share. So, but don't bring it in the business. It's usually a non-allowable expense. Number 8, we have impairment. Impairments of intangible assets. We said depreciation is usually for tangible assets. For intangible assets, we don't usually depreciate them, we impair them. So impairment is the same as depreciation, only it relates to intangible assets. So same way, we don't usually allow them. Number 9, we have private expenses of the owner. Private expenses of the owner. So, we had also mentioned here that it is a non-commercial expense. It is not related to the generation of income. It's also important to note specifically expenses relating to the owner, electricity expense relating to the owner, salaries, rent, name them, water at home, don't bring them into the business. They are not usually allowable because they are not commercial. Number 10, we have all forms of taxes. All forms of taxes. Taxes like which one? Income tax, corporation tax, value added tax, stamp duty, excess duty, import tax, or what we call custom duty. All these are usually not allowable. If you say any form of tax, don't allow, don't deduct, it's not allowed. Not only that, we have number 11, all expenses relating to tax. This I had mentioned when we were looking at the allowable expense and the legal costs, where we had said that legal costs relating to tax we don't allow. Now I also expound that not only the one relating to legal, but any expense relating to tax, like tax consultancy fee, legal fee to hire a lawyer, any other. Sometimes you may not have paid your taxes, and the taxman charge you the penalties, charge you the interest on the tax overdue. All these are not supposed to be allowed. Any expense related to tax, we don't usually allow. Number 12, operating loss. Operating loss exceeding 10 years. Those are usually not allowable. What do we mean? That if you generate a loss in the business in 1 year, let's say in the first year, you can carry it forward to the next year, year 2. If in the first year you made a loss of 10 million, year 2 you make a profit of 30 million. Before you are taxed on 30 million, the taxman allows you to deduct the 10 million, the loss you made in the first year. So in the second year, instead of being taxed on 30, you'll be taxed on 20. So it is favorable to you. How about in case second year you don't make a profit? You can carry the loss of the first year and now the second year to the third year. Deduct them against the taxable profit of that year. If that year you don't make a profit, carry it to the fourth year. You can do that up to a maximum of 10 years. But after it exceeds 10 years, for example, the one you generated in the first year, now you are in the 10th year, you are moving to the 11th year. In the 11th year, if you make a profit, don't deduct against the loss you generated in the first year. It is not allowed. You can only deduct it against the loss you generated in the second year. Maximum period we are saying there, you can carry forward an operating loss is usually 10 years. That is number 12. Number 13, we have all donations except to charitable organization. That we had said under the allowable expense, donation to charitable organization, and we gave example, churches, schools, Red Cross, children's home, these are charitable organizations. Those are allowable. When you have any other form of donation, don't allow. To a political party, a general donation, don't allow, unless it is specific is to those charitable organizations. Number 14. Number 14, all provisions and reserves except specific provision for bad debts. That when you are looking at allowable expense, we said specific provision for bad debt is usually allowable. General provision is not allowable. Not only that, and actually under the non-allowable expense, we had mentioned that general provision for bad debt is not allowable. But it can even go beyond that. That you may have provision for salary. Like if you know next year you have salaries to pay. Next year you have rent to pay. You may provide it in this year. That this is the provision for salary for next year. That is not allowable. Something equivalent to that is reserve. That if you realize that next year you need to pay rent, electricity, you may put some money in the reserve somewhere to be used when that time comes. That is not allowable. If you decide to deduct it in the incomes of the business of that year, it is not allowable. It can only be allowed when you incur that expense now. When that time comes and now you need to pay electricity and you pay next year, that will be allowable against the incomes of next year. But any other is usually not allowed. After that, we have number 15. Unrealized foreign exchange loss. We said what we allow is the realized foreign exchange loss because it's already generated, it's already incurred. But unrealized, where you say if you exchange foreign currency, you think that you're going to make a loss because of the current exchange rate, but you have not changed that currency. That loss cannot be deducted against the incomes of the business. You are not allowed to do that. Number 16, we have expenses relating to the owner of the business. Expenses relating to the owner of the business. What does that mean? You normally find, like in partnership, the partners may be working in their business. So they decide to pay themselves salaries, commission. Sometimes they charge interest on capital they have invested in the business. Because they are paying themselves, that is usually not allowable. Anything paid to the owners of the business. Same case when it comes to the company. The company is owned by shareholders. So at the end of the year, the shareholders may decide to pay themselves dividends. And we have several forms of dividends. You can have interim dividend, final dividends, proposed dividends, any kind of dividend. It is relating to the owner. That is usually a non-allowable expense. So this one here are the ones that we call non-allowable, and they cannot be deducted against the taxable incomes of the business. So that one mark the end of this topic of looking at the incomes of the business, the classification, where we have the taxable, the non-taxable incomes, where we have the expenses, allowable and non-allowable. And this one generally carry all the weight as long as you are taxing the business. It's the core area. Actually, I call it the constitution relating to the taxation of the business. So you have to really understand these expenses and the incomes. The one we call taxable, the non-taxable. The expenses are allowable, non-allowable. So it's my prayer that you go through them all alone, look at them one by one, try to understand what we have explained. So for now, I think for this topic is over. Then it's my hope that I'm going to see you in our next topic. The next topic would be about one of the allowable expense that we had here, the allowable expense number 4, where we talked about capital allowance. In the capital allowance, we said it is usually granted in place of depreciation, where we say depreciation is for accountant. In taxation, we call that capital allowance. And we said it is used in relation to the cost of fixed assets. So how do we grant capital allowance? And if I remember, it's also said there are several. There is an investment deduction, industrial building deduction, the wear and tear allowance, the farm work allowance, the mining allowance, and diminution in value of raw tools. So I hope to see you in our next lesson. Thank you.
Capital rationing refers to a situation where a firm has limited access to capital and therefore cannot pursue all investment projects that may appear financially viable. Efficient frontier candidates is a graphical representation of the sets of optimal portfolios. From the word efficient, we now define it as a set of optimal portfolios that offer the highest expected return for a given level of risk. It is a graphical representation First of all, it is a graphical representation of the set of optimal of a set of optimal portfolios. And what are these optimal portfolios? These are portfolios that offer the highest expected return, that offer the highest expected return. And when discussing return, finally we must associate it with risk. For a given level of risk. For a given level